What is good, family? What is good, everybody? Welcome back to the channel. Let me know that you can hear my voice by throwing those A's in the chat. Go ahead and throw those A's in the chat. What is good, family? What is good? Man, we are alive. We are well. We are here. We got to prepare for the week ahead. Oh, man. Oh, man. I am excited to do this. What's up, Options, Senor Pennington, Cyber Soul? What's up, Ian? T. Alex, what's up? What's up? What's up? DJ, good to see you here. And what's up, B? And little AR-15. Man, I see you up there, Sway. Oh, you know what? I think I saw a D. Am I mistaken, or did I see a DM come from you, like a request or something? I gotta check that out. But my apologies if I haven't replied just yet. Right? Let me go ahead and actually turn up. What's up, Big H? And yeah, let me go ahead and turn up my volume here because I noticed that from the settings that we had from the the Twitter Spaces guest speaker thing that I was asked to do. I had to switch my settings just a little bit differently, right? So I want to increase the sense of whoa, right here, right there. I think that's a pretty good place for me to have this this volume. There we go. There we go. Old Hyena, what is good? What is good? Yeah, man. Yeah. So right. This was for Netflix. When is we have a couple of earnings right now, man, that are gonna be it's well, first of all, it's wrong for us to determine the direction of the market based on the earnings report, right? But I'm not gonna lie, man. I'm not gonna lie. Seeing what Tesla has been doing over the last 2 weeks, we've been short that asset forever, right? So literally for the last 2 weeks since 240. So this is the one earnings where I feel it may not have like some type of like reversion to the upside. I have a feeling it may still continue to the downside, and that's because of that bi-daily historical volatility versus stochastic momentum backtest that we ran, right? That is the signal officially fired off on Friday, and I guess we're just gonna have to validate whether the direction is still favoring the downside or not. But do we have any dates, team? I'm gonna go ahead and ask you for options. You know it, bro. Day trading and DJ and DJ spinning all day. Oh my goodness. Old Hyena saying my portfolio needs help. LOL. Too many reverse splits everywhere. Dude. Oh my goodness, man. Yeah, man. Tough thing to play those reverse splits, man. Especially when they hit you with a surprise real quick, man. That thing will flash to the downside like nobody's business, leaving you hanging there like they didn't even give a crap, man. Well, they don't. So it's probably the best that, yeah. Oh, little AR-15 saying who's bearish, dude. I am not a person that to say that I'm a bear or I'm a bull. I am an ambidextrous trader, and whatever the market says, man, I go and do whatever that is, my dude. I won't favor a side unless the side is favored, right? Just like a market maker, man. The market maker will just they will favor liquidity, right? So if there's liquidity to the demand, then they'll favor liquidity to the demand, and if that's to the freaking supply, then let's get it to the supply. Whatever it is, man. Blue skies ahead. Oh, dude, who says that? Blue skies. Are you? Oh, you're a fan. Are you a fan of Trade Brigade? He's a very, very talented trader. Because of him, sometimes and very, very seldomly, I say clear skies ahead, guys. Let's go. But I know he says blue skies. But yeah, man, he's one of those, dude. He's one of those. It's hard to find people who talk broader market or who talk blue chips or mega caps that have a good strike rate. So I definitely respect someone like him. I sometimes get it from Eric Crown, right? But not always. But it's all good. And you know what? I see the chat coming in. Make sure to hit that like button so that we can finesse that algorithm. Give it a little pet. Give it a little touch, right? Like a pet in the top, so it can be like, hey, you know what? Let's bring some more people in here so they can get that week rolling the right way. But yeah, man. So old Hyena is saying, yeah, it feels like I have to start all over. But what better place to start than here, bro? My dude. Oh, hats off to you, man. Thank you so much for that hit up, dude. I really, really appreciate you. And little AR-15, I am not familiar with Tyler Wilson. I will have to check it out. And I know that you've been at this for the last year or so, looking for influencers who speak broader market. So I'm happy to finally kind of join you here. I have not stepped away completely from the micro caps and small caps because in some way, shape, or form I still feel for my people there. You know what I mean, dude? And they'll still need some assistance moving forward, especially in the coming days as CoinFox and I are potentially seeing some strength coming into the IWM, and we know that Russell 2000 kind of monitors the small cap realm. Yeah, so I think there may be a good opportunity for us to find not to say that I'm going to trade it at all, because team, I am not trading anything into those small valuations anymore, but I am seeing a potential strength coming into the IWM in the coming week or so. So that may actually present a good opportunity for small caps to get a little boost up there or present an opportunity to exit the market safely or with whatever you can get, right? As you know, these market fluctuations, they're not always going to last in one way unless we're triggered in the full-fledged bull market, right? But since we're not quite there yet, we have to be protective, and we absolutely have to play our risk management to extremities and to real practice here, because if we don't do that, team, we're going to be losing all the ammunition that we have to trade the markets into that time, right? We don't want to let go of that ammo, because once we break into that bull market, man, talk about throwing a dart into the wall and holding whatever ticker it hit, and you'll be making money, right? So no financial advice. I'll kick you in the butt if you take it as advice, right? But little AR-15 is saying, yeah, I'm in options Discord with only do mega caps. Yeah, man. Yeah, it's good stuff there. And Bob, good evening to you. Very, very good to see you here, my brother. And I'm happy that we're having the team come into here. And I will say that I know that I do have some of the members actually waiting for me that are waiting for me inside of the Discord, right? But it's all good. I'm just actually waiting for a Cryptic trader to show up. So then I'll make my way over to the Discord just a little bit later. He's gonna be a little late tonight, but it's all good, right? We want to make sure that he gets his stuff done for, it's Sunday. It's the beginning of the week. We have to prep for the week coming in, even if it is for shopping and all that good stuff, right? But yeah, team. So let's go ahead and get rolling here. If I can ask the chat, what do you guys see moving this coming week? And I don't know if anybody has the dates for the earnings on I think it was Meta and also Tesla. Do we know? I'm gonna ask you, chat. Do we know those dates before we can actually move on? Please let me know in the chat if you do have that, and we'll get this thing rolling. So Ian Tucker's already coming in with Tesla, saying that Tesla should be the 24th, and that is 2, 3, 4. That's Wednesday, correct? It's gonna be Wednesday, hump day for earnings report on did I say Meta or Tesla? Because Tesla, I think it's Tesla is the 24th, right? But what about Meta, team? Do we know what Meta is saying for us? Let me hold on just a sec. I need it. Where the heck is my damn water bottle? My water. All right. Here it is. Let's see. Netflix is on Tuesday at 4 p.m. I assume that you're telling me that's going to be Tuesday. I assume that's going to be Tuesday. What is it? Eastern time, right? Destiny, what is good with you? Good to see you here. Senor Pennington saying Meta is actually February 1st. February 1st is Meta, right? Okay. I think I may be seeing this. Yeah, I think I'm seeing the same thing here. But remember, just remember one thing, team. We're not waiting for the positive or the negative necessarily. We're waiting for the guide, the reaction. Right, so there's gonna be quick movements up and down, a quick little slapping of hands right there, everybody just slapping their asses, right, and then we're gonna react after that. because earnings have been completely flipped. It's not like the old days, right? Like in the 90s, late 90s, where even early 2000s, right? You would get a good earnings report and the company would get a surge in buy side interest. That's really not the case anymore. And since we've gotten this complete inversion over earnings plays, we have to be reactive to the guidance, and we definitely should keep into consideration how price moves after the announcement is done. So I'm noticing here that Tesla actually made a run to 212.19 and closed that traditional market at that time. So now 212.19 traditional market close, that would be $2.1240 at the after hours, right? So I'm noticing here that Tesla did close right in the middle of the the linear regression bands. There could be an upside here, a temporary upside, before facing some type of rejection, and I would say that would be anywhere between 213.21 to 213.98. But regardless of that, I know that I want to talk to you about the Tesla bi daily fired signal, right? So this is important, but we have to go over the cascading of momentum, because as you can see here, I don't like that, right? We were talking about a downside thesis here, okay? So if this thing is starting to curve like that, then we got to be super careful, and we got to observe what the immediate short-term time frame is saying with momentum, okay? But we will get there. So let me just go ahead and start off here with my buddy B, and Too Humble to Be Free, right? He is actually asking for us to observe the price action in Netflix, because there could be an immediate downside on this coming into the week. Now, B, are you familiar with the dates, or do we have a date? I'm sorry if you did post this up. My apologies, but do we have a date for the Netflix earnings and I mean, regardless of the expected EPS or whatever that is, do we have a date and do we have an expectation? Are we expecting a beat, or are we expecting something that's potentially going to show or is there a miss? I really hate to say that, but Netflix has been, it has been the victim of some serious weird moves, man. I mean, I'm talking about, what was this? Earnings around, I think it was earnings early last year, I believe, Q2 or Q1 earnings last year. It dropped. It dropped more than 20 points on one day based on an earnings beat, and if that's the case, then now you know the power behind what could happen here, right? And Netflix is not a small cat here. This thing is a big boy, right? So if we're looking at its financials here, we're talking about a capitalization of 211 billion. Right, and the float here accessible to TradingView is around just over 430 million. So it's a very healthy float and a very hefty cap. So you know that this thing can pressure the markets one way or another if it does face that pressure to the downside. However, Tesla, while it's almost 1 trillion in market capitalization, it does have a substantial difference in its float. So that float here is 2.76 billion, right? So you can see why Tesla would not really be affected by the broader markets if they continue to rally. The downside on Tesla has been the downside on Tesla despite the broader markets, and we have seen that over the last couple of weeks. So this is very interesting for us to observe, by the way. So team, is actually it's already burning up in here. Let me just go ahead and open up that window next to me. Just a moment. This is a good opportunity to let some more people step into the chat so we can get this analysis rolling, right? Here's the water bottle falling everywhere. All right, you're on Donkey Kong. Cool. So let me just pop open my chat here and make sure that everybody's chilling. Okay. Bob, thank you so much. Actually, I was not looking at the Discord side of things because I was really just waiting for Cryptic, but I now know to have it up and running. So good to see you, my bro. Good to see you, my bro. So let's go ahead and get this running here on Netflix and see what the weaknesses and what the strengths are, right? So, and I can already see my team bleeding in to the Discord. You guys are like, you know what, man? We are not getting the benefit of delay, right? Because the delay that you get on what is it? YouTube is like a 7-second plus delay, right? And when you're here in Discord, it's like what, like a 1 second difference. It's almost instantly the transfer of communication, right? So what I will do is actually make sure that I can get the team over on YouTube to follow the link in the chat that I'm about to post, so that you can actually subscribe to the Arca Bulls trading team. As you know, team, that is where we're going to be hosting the guided trades, right? And these plays that we're going to speak about right now. Because as you know, and I say it all the time, right? It's one thing to call the play, but it's quite another to execute that play. And which is right where a lot of people make that mistake, right? So they'll look at the thumbnail and completely be a thumbnail trader and say, well, you know what, Arca, you said that this thing was going to go up like 1,000,000%, but inside of the play, I'm saying that it's going to drop 12 points before we do that, so we got to prep, hence the market prep. So I'm not gonna put up a play that's just gonna run to $1 million into the next hour. Like, we have to do this in the day before. We have to prepare and make a plan here, right? We cannot enter the markets without a plan. All right, so Netflix, what are we doing? Let's first team. You know what? It's probably wise to pick it up from the daily time frame, right? So I understand that I actually have all of these other drawings here. So what I'm gonna do is say, you know what? Like, screw that and screw every other group of trend lines that I have in this, right? Because it is not my intention to use anything from before. We need to start a new fresh week. Let's just see what we got in store for this, okay? So, all right, Netflix on the daily. Let's oh wow, okay. Currently finding some resistance from this daily gap, right? We have that gap that used to sit anywhere between 485 to 83 all the way up to 507.70. Now, are we expecting negative or positive results on the earnings? It does not matter. It does not matter what that is. But what we can observe is volatility against momentum. Okay, so let's take a look at this. Let's use some psychology to understand what the probabilities are and the positioning is for the asset in general. Now, remember, team, that Tesla and Netflix are very much alike in that they trade choppy. They are not the best assets to trade options or 0D options or next day expiries or weekly even at that. Okay, these are very dangerous. If I can give you a quick little tip here, a little something that I would share with my team anyway, is that if you are going to play options or weekly options, because I assume that Netflix and everything else are going to give you the 5-day expiries, it would be wise for you to consider closing that option no later than Tuesday, okay? Because going into Wednesday, they are going to start trying to push those options out of the money so that they can end worthless. So in other words, market making will create a demand for a certain type of option in the beginning of the week, and that option is going to get FOMO, or a lot of people are going to start loading up on that call or put, whatever that is, whatever they favor, right? And people are going to load up on that, but then they're going to switch that narrative and switch it up coming into Wednesday and Thursday. So Wednesday and Thursday, they're going to start trying to push all of those other options out of the money. Meanwhile, you have retail doing the retail thing where everybody averages down, right? Cost base is lower and lower, and it'll eventually just push all of those options contracts out of the money. So you definitely don't want to be a part of that shift, and you absolutely want to start covering position as early as Tuesday. And I definitely will tell you that it's very, very rare that I will hold options contracts overnight. In fact, I've held them overnight probably 2 times over the last year, and it's based on very specific conditions, and I will not do it often at all. And B, that is right, man. You would get completely smoked. You would get creamed out of the water, man. So do not consider holding options risk overnight. In fact, try to not hold any margin risk at all. Just like you would a short position, right? You don't want to do that. You'll get absolutely demolished, and it will be an easy demolishing of your account too. Right? The markets do not care what you're doing. The markets do not care who you are or what your family does. Okay, it cares about buy side and sell side liquidity. Okay, guys, so let's just make sure that we stay and maintain ourselves in the right side of the trade here before we get used as a statistic, right? Let's not get plastered on the wall as a statistic like a fly on the wall, right? Let's not do that. Okay, so if I can speculate on 2 different manners that this is moving, this is one way, and I believe this is the one way that most retail would be drawing this, right? So I'm going to go ahead and show you a different way to draw this, right? Because I do think that there could be a more effective way that can, introduce another potential here. So let's just kind of save this, right? If you're using TradingView, go ahead and select the lines that you have, right? So these 2 lines here, you can either select one, shift and hold the other, so you can select that second one, and then you can do something to where it's hide both channels at the same time, right? And it'll undo your highlight. But in my personal preference, I like to right click and create a group, right? So this group we can go ahead and rename as this is the rising wedge number 1, because we're going to do a comparison here of wedges. Okay, so we'll leave this like this. So then this way you can go ahead and just view and unview that as a group, right? So now let's go ahead and start off drawing another perspective, right? Which is something that I believe could be more at play than the other one, right? So let's go ahead and observe it just like this here. And this will tell you that we still have room to actually make some upside. Now, if we are making upside here, then if we start reaching this zone here, which is the 503.39, this is not only a psychological level because we are touching that break of $500, but it's also a very critical resistance, seeing that we have these 2 areas right to the left of you, right over here. This and this here, those are strong areas of resistance. And if you start drawing, maybe let's just put it here, right at the tip of this low here. Let's draw a trend line there, and then see what that does all the way across the board, right? Let's see how it reacts. Okay, so throughout this entire area, it looks like we've used it as resistance here. We've used it as support here. We've used it as resistance. As soon as we break down this critical zone here, you can see the gap down happen, right? So this is a very strong area of resistance, one that we should use for either resistance or if we break it, we're going to use it as a critical area for conversion, for support, for a continuation to the upside. I am not telling you right now that I am favoring either. What I am telling you is that we are at a critical point of resistance. So if that is the case, and we're looking at a potential great or earnings beat on Netflix, there is the chance here that we're going to get bull trapped. Okay, so that means that this thing will start rallying to the upside, pushing in its natural average true range, which I believe has a pretty high one, right? So let's pull this down here and take a look at the ATR right down here and see what it has. $11.59, so pretty much $12 in average true range is what we have here. So let's just kind of count here, make some really basic arithmetic and see where we are, right? So if we're at $483 right now, $483 plus $12 is pretty much $500, and we were already talking about that $500 threshold as being a huge psychological number, right? So you can see already, or that's $16, right? We're going to jump into the 590, 596, 598. So let's find out what those areas could be as 496, sorry, 498. So 496 right away, we can see here that this is an area of resistance right at the top side, right where we began this wedge, or the rising wedge. So let's go ahead and mark off our area at around 496 to 494 and see what kind of resistances we have at that point. Okay, so we're gonna be using the average true range here to determine how much volatility we have in a day, respectively. Okay, so if I'm gonna draw a range here, 496.38 appears to be a pretty strong area, and I will use this area right down here as that bottom side support of 492.75, matching very nicely to that potential $12 average true range. Right now, breaking upside of this point here, and I would say a 4-hour candle, or maybe even an hourly would do it. Breaking an hourly candle and confirming above this area here, 496.38, would suggest for the asset to move on to the upside. Right, so its average true range may lead to a very nice beat here, a very nice upside. But if we are now looking at the date for Netflix, what date do we have for Netflix earnings? Do we know that? Chat, I'm asking you right now, do you happen to know when the Netflix earnings will be? Because I'm noticing here that it's giving us Tuesday, January 23rd. Is that true? Because I noticed that there is sometimes an inconsistency with information provided by TradingView versus the information provided directly from the company. And I'm not sure if that is earnings date of expectation, where they say, where TradingView's algorithm says, well, they usually tend to return earnings into this date, or they usually this or usually that, and they average it out into a certain date and put it in there. So that they don't have to manually put it in there, or they don't have the resources to have an algorithm to look for those dates entirely by itself, right? So there you go. Lil AR15 is telling us that the earnings report here for Netflix is going to come in on the 23rd. So the 23rd is actually true. We're good. So 23 is going to be coming in on, I'm sorry, it's 23 Tuesday? You said it's Tuesday, right? Let's see. And yes, that is Tuesday. So, man, yeah, it's feeling, let's just say this. Monday, we make that upside that we're looking for, right? This is going to be the average true range, which can be, the upside could be succeeded within the first few hours of trading. And then this thing shifts to the downside here, right? On the same day, we touch back down to that area of 478.58. In all honesty, we may actually do that first. We may come down to 478.82. Load up the bulls and rip this thing up to its average true range of 492.75 to 496.38, following into Tuesday, where we could potentially start a declining process. So if we are sitting up here and we do not close a candle upside of 496.38, then there's going to be a higher probability for a downside, right? So we're going to go ahead and close that 496.38 above here. The distance between 496.38 and this inflection top would be right around a little over $10. So that's already getting close to maxing out another true range to the upside, right? So this, I'm telling you, this area here could be actually anywhere in here. This is bull trap zone. Okay, that doesn't mean that, and it's going to be aftermarket, says Destiny. Okay, the earnings report for Netflix will be after hours. Which it's honestly, thanks Daniel. He said the data is correct. Which I will say that it is very typical. It is very typical for market making to create the market towards the ask, right? So we're gonna go ahead and just favor the upside here, maybe over the next 2 days, and completely face a decline into Tuesday, as Tuesday is probably going to be a little premature too, I will say, right? So you know what, I can look at this on a 12-hour time frame as well and see if that has any difference, right? So this is going to be around Tuesday here. That's still around, it's still around the 50% to the apex of the triangle. It doesn't have to reach the 65 to 70% to the apex. I will say that generally speaking, that apex gets broken into the 65 to 70%. But please remember, team, remember another thing here. We are looking at a daily time frame or 12-hour time frame bearish formation, right? And here's I don't want to really say this as loud as I want to, right? But there is also, if we stop price action around here, then this is a head and shoulders already kind of forming, right? So right in here. So if there's a little bit of psychology in there for a buy formation, a bearish buy formation breakdown. Okay, so if maximum target here, we're just going to go ahead and take into consideration, right? Let's see if we can take a trend line from the top side of the formation and then imply the price breakdown over here right around Tuesday, right? So that drop could be anywhere between 436.67 to this range here of this breakdown area at around 446.24. Now, this can lead into a further correction, and I will tell you why. When you have parabolic runs like this, when you have these impulsive runs to the upside, you will start to retrace and start creating the convergence of price, right? You're going to start converging price little by little, but it's going to get tighter and tighter. This convergence usually leads to a downside, as it is showing an exhaustion of bull pressure. Okay, so if we are getting an exhaustion of bull pressure, then we may be able to just kind of lead the upside here, potentially into that 500 zone, 490 zone, and then we'll start breaking down. Right, so if we break down and we realize the top target of this formation here, which is that 436.81, that implies that we are breaking down structure. This is going to be a shift in market structure, and we are about to break its inflection. This is the short-term inflection here. Any close of a daily or 12-hour candle beneath that 445.88 will, and I will tell you, it will experience some pressure to the downside. Okay, so if that's the case, the downside targets that we can look at immediately from this point, you're not going to believe, man, but this will be an incredible downside play that can lead price action into the zone of 420.02 to about 411.83. What is Arca saying? Is this really going to drop 60 to 70 points over the next few weeks? Well, it's completely conditional, right? So Netflix may actually get a massive beat down here, as we're already kind of printing a very bearish formation, psychologically speaking, over a larger time frame. So I would be very, very careful if you are a bull in the Netflix asset. Okay, so CoinFox, how you doing, buddy? So CoinFox is typing in. Let's go ahead and switch the screens over to the Arca Bulls Trading Team Discord, right, and take a look at what CoinFox is saying. Netflix expected EPS is lower than Q1 23 and slightly above Q4 22. This thing should rip post 525.50 or any beat, in my opinion. The down is the 425 zone. I completely agree with that 425 area, my brother. So in fact, I am looking at this potentially ripping into the area of around 504. If it does get that 520, I would see that as a very, very impulsive upside wick. Because I'm in my general opinion here, top side could be around 523. Let's see. Yeah, I would say 519.68 actually. 519.68 to the lower end of that left wick back there at 516.39. So I think there could be a quick little upside move there, but just know for a fact that we're entering a kind of a trappy zone there. Okay, so if we do get an upside continuation, you can go ahead and apply the breakdown, this typical breakdown of, you're looking at the basics of psychological targets, right? So this is no back test or nothing. So if it does rip to the upside here, the highest target that we can do or see would be around 555.77, which is already very near the targets that CoinFox is sharing with us. Right, so if we do get that inversion, we may be able to see a rip up to that area there. Now, 555, that 555.77. I will say that it does have a range for us to observe because it will be the next area of inflection. Right, so go ahead and take a trend line from that 555.77 here, and it looks like we may have a critical resistance right or around this area here. If I can split the difference nicely, it could be right around 565.87 if we do get that topside and full-fledged upside based on the invalidation of this formation. Because arguably speaking, you're going to tell me, Arca, well, yeah, I see the shorter time frame formation there, but you're saying, you know what? But we have a larger time frame inverse herpy-derpy, right? So if we have that upside there, then I can invalidate why this is going to go to the upside. But please remember that we are not saying or guessing the upside or downside. We are preparing for the upside or the downside. And we're going to be reactive to what happens here because earnings tends to be this really annoying little pest these days, right? So, but yeah, I think we're doing pretty good observing what the potentials and price could be here over the next few days for for Netflix, right? So team, I'm sorry for YouTube. Let me just go ahead and share that one more time to you, right? Because I had the Discord team screen on there for you, right? So this is what I said. If we have this inverse herpy-derpy, then yeah, I could invalidate this shorter term formation, the bearish formation, and say that, sure, if we end up creating just, a lower low here, it's still kind of in the formation of of a massive inverse head and shoulders, right? But these are just silly formations and silly psychological implications, right? Or observations. Things are going to land more on the data. And CoinFox is saying, Sebastian is saying, I think it needs an upside to the top side of the wedge first, though. Yeah, Sebastian, that's exactly what I was thinking. I was thinking that this was going to rip into the 503 to 505. If it fails the 496 area, if it does not close a candle of at least maybe 4 hours, a 4-hour candle would do it for me, right? So 496 is very close to this top side here. Right, these are the highs of July 19th, 2023. So if we can't really convert that into a support, there's going to be a little tough. It's going to be a little tough to get that continuation to the upside. But if we do, I do believe that this can reach all the way up to that 506 area, then start pulling back. Maybe we're going to start that convergence and deeper, and then we'll continue here deeper into the breakdown zone. But please remember that we're looking at an earnings report as soon as this Tuesday, so there could be pressure to both either the upside or the downside here. So know for a fact that I am not telling you that I am bearish or bullish this asset. We're preparing the targets in the event where we get the upside or the downside. We want to make sure that we are ready for that play, and long, we're going to long the demand or we're going to short the supply, right? So we'll go ahead and see what's up. Now, CoinFox is saying, I do think CoinFox, I'll get right to you, my brother. Netflix currently at 488 during the 24 hours market. 488, let's see where that is, right? That is actually just at the prior day high, which is Friday's high. And there is a bit of resistance there, so that would be understandable. Now, Sebastian is saying Meta looks damn bullish, broke all the all-time high, and yes, I am completely bullish on Meta as well. We will get to that one as soon as we finish Netflix here. So CoinFox, sorry, buddy. He's saying that I do think it takes out all-time highs or tests them. They need other players to rotate too while chips cool. I absolutely agree. And you know what? There could be a broader market pullback in general. Because what you were saying earlier, you're starting to see a little bit of strength coming in the market into the small caps, the IWM for the Russell 2000 index. Yeah, I think that if we're facing some strength coming in the small caps index, then we could be prepping the markets here for a slight continuation to the upside. Test those highs in a lot of these assets and then cool off. So there is a bit of a timing. Timing is going to be a little critical here, and we have to be completely observant over what's coming next. You know what? Here's another thing that we need to take a look at right before we move on. Let's go ahead and pull up the economic calendar and see what's coming up, because if we do have some things that are of high importance, then we're gonna have to watch out here. So it looks like we have a clear week ahead. At least for the U.S. right now. Starting in Friday, January 26th, we definitely have the core PCE, which is the we have it month over month, and personal income. Okay, great. Well, we have jobs, the JOLTS jobs coming in on Tuesday, January 30th. Yeah, so it looks like we still have, and the Fed interest rate decision. Of course, we also have the Fed press conference, which will further move the markets a little more. Into the after that decision is made. So remember, team, that the overall, thank you so much, CoinFox, for that. I was going to look for that. Thank you. Remember that the overall consensus here is that the Fed is probably done with increasing the rate, right? The borrow rate. So we're not going to CPI may continue on its downside trajectory as we've been getting. Not quite to the expectation, but still a downside overall nonetheless, right? So I think the expected was around a 3.7 core CPI year over year, or CPI year over year, and I think we ended up with a 3.9, right? And we were sitting at an actual of 4. So we are still headed towards that direction, and everything is looking good. Okay, but remember, we are not here to guess what the Fed is going to say. As you know, many of these analysts are completely and utterly wrong when they when they try to guess what Fed Chair Powell has under his sleeve. That guy can just pop open a surprise and just make you eat your words real fast and have you regret opening any position prior to his call, right? So do not fight the Fed. Do not fight those decisions. We are not here to be gamblers. We are here to be traders. Okay, team. So I will remind the YouTube team to please consider hitting the link that I'm about to attach and join the Arca Bulls trading team so that we can act as a team and really pull out, really converse over what the happenings in the market are. Right, team? Really appreciate everybody for coming on by. Make sure to hit that like button if you haven't done so already, and we shall move on. Right. So again, team, just to touch bases one more time before we move on. Netflix appears to be in a very short-term time frame. Bearish formation appears to be in a more macro time frame, bullish formation. Right. So which one is going to lead the way? I don't know. I can't tell you that. Earnings are coming up on January 23rd, which is this coming Tuesday, and it's after hours, right? So to prevent market volatility. So I will tell you one more time, please try not to open risk, right? Prior to the event. And if you do open risk, that would be because you have created a backtest. Right, so that would be because you've tested the upside or downside versus an earnings report. So if you're catching the probabilities to be towards your favor, keep in mind, and I will repeat, keep in mind that earnings play very distinctly than they did back in the late 90s to early 2000s. Right, it's not the good old days are a little beyond us, and having the print of new accounts, new market participants has essentially, kind of shifted the markets into a different area. In other words, I'm saying that retail and its high volume of uneducated traders has created kind of an inverse narrative, or maybe just a way to, favor liquidity to one side. Right, so it's become gullible in a sense. Okay, we don't want to be part of the gullible crowd. We want to make sure that we are part of the crowd that understands market data, price action, and whatever else you can think of out there, because I have very talented traders everywhere around me, and I am more thankful than you ever think, team. Okay, so with that said, let's go ahead and continue here on Meta. And Meta is looking pretty damn bullish, I will say. Right, so there is an immediate short-term time frame. Sebastian, right, one of my more wild analysts in the in the Discord is sharing something with us. So let's go ahead and shift over the screens here and see what he's sharing. Right, so now he is saying that Meta is looking damn bullish, is breaking the all-time high, and in fact, it's actually breaking above. Which is, it's invalidating a potential rising wedge, right? When you're invalidating a wedge and you're at these all-time highs, all you really need to do is really confirm a daily candle or a 12-hour candle upside of that all-time high, convert it into a support, and move onward and upward, right? So if that's the case, let me go ahead and observe myself too. So right now, 594.91. I remember Nvidia hitting up to that 596 level, if I'm not mistaken, and we were already observing that potential on Thursday for the market prep as well. So I love it when we're all in sync and we all agree with what could be happening. Now, when you start to see slight deviations away from our analyses, that's not a bad thing. It just means that we have to be extra protective over what could happen in the markets, because please remember, that's the bottom line here. What could happen in the markets will happen in the markets, and we can't guess it. We just got to make a studious decision, right, and be reactive to the guide here. So Nvidia, 594. This is the 1 hour linear regression that you're observing here, and this appears to have some very bullish price action, and there could be a continuation to that upside. If I were to guess that next upside there, on Nvidia, that's looking like good what? I'm sorry, I know that I'm using Meta here, but I was comparing it to the chart that you have on Nvidia. It looks like we could clean break right into the 600 zone, 590, 598, 9, right around there. Wow. Okay, dude, thank you for showing me the Nvidia thing too. I will go ahead and pull that one up. So now, nice. Nvidia is sitting at 603 presently. This is amazing. No. Nvidia is not looking weak. Nvidia is looking strong. Not at all, right? So Meta is the one that we're looking for here. Let's go ahead and take a look at the Meta charts. Let me switch over for the team and see what we have. But please remember, team, that we have what is it? Is the after hours market, the 24 hours market right now is 7:48 Pacific time. There's a lot of hours to continue. In other words, we may actually test those resistances before we even get to test the resistances, and the thing may actually pull back and then continue, right? But then we'll go ahead and observe what that market movement will be later. Okay, team. So Meta, let's start this off real quick. Meta on a 5-minute time frame. I know that this is a very small time frame, but I will say it is critical, in my opinion, due to 2 moving averages that are absolutely powerful and have been working for at least for some day trades here. So we are breaking completely and using the EMA 200 and the SMA 50 as an upside guide, right? So immediate short-term time frame. Not sure where Meta is sitting right now, but there could be a pullback here to that 383.88 down into the zone, which could be a 5-minute post hours invalidation zone of 383.44. Okay, now the complete invalidation would be the prior day. So right at the market close, right around the lows of the close, that's 382.25, closing below this range here. What is the 382.38 down to the 382.24? I would say an hourly close or 30-minute close beneath that will start introducing the downside here, and potentially this is a short-term support, validation of the resistance, continuation to the downside, and that may actually lead to another invalidation zone, which could be located right at 380 to 380.66. Let's keep in mind the average true range on a daily basis. Now, I'll also, team, CoinFox is saying, well, I was just looking at CVNA. This thing looks like a potential 20-point to rip by the end of the month. Arca, what's your take on this, Piggy? So I will absolutely load that. Let's keep it here. I'm gonna finish off Meta and then take a look at CVNA, right? Because I do remember one of the Arca Bulls members actually shared with us some information that was very, very observant of him, considering used car auto sales, and they actually could be inflating over the next month, and I will say that yes, I think I agree with him, and but thank you CoinFox for bringing that up, as that's going to be critical information for moving forward here. So daily time frame, team, we are looking for the average true range here, and it's looking like it's got an $8 average true range. So if we were to drop into that $8 average, it is kind of big, right? So dropping, I don't think that's the case here, because we're looking at a break of 381, which would introduce further outside play down to the areas of around 370, 378, 376.4. We definitely don't want that. Okay, so let's go ahead and take Grotto, hold on just for a sec. Is that you, Grotto? Is that the name? I'm sorry, I only see G. For some reason, I hate that I don't have the complete names. Even in myself, I noticed that it's only abbreviated by one letter. Anyway, let's go ahead and observe here the daily time frame of Meta. Right, let's pull up some targets that can be used for the upside here. Since we're breaking outside of the regression from this psychological formation, then our clean break candle would be this one, since we got the daily close. The first topside target, or the last one to observe here, would be around 439.60, and we have a minimum target, or actually the more typical target, to land right at about 408.96. Okay, so that's looking incredibly powerful. There is one more target for us to observe, and we may actually be approaching that fairly soon, and I will show you how. Mr. Run get bearish. So Nvidia got a price upgrade Friday when people missed a run, they get bearish, dude. Yeah, so we actually traded. You were here, right? You were here when we were trading that upgrade. We actually ran our longs all the way to, I think, 383.50, 50, if I'm not mistaken. We got a massive ripper and a massive gain for the Arca Bulls trading team on that day. But yeah, oh my goodness. You are saying you are up 70%. I'm so happy that you were here participating with that. Somebody said, hey, price upgrade came in. We noticed a price upgrade all the way. We're like, whoa, okay, let's long this opportunity and take this because when you're getting a catalyst on that means that the stock is in play, especially with upgrades. As we've seen several of these tickers experience upgrades over the last couple of weeks. It's been incredible. All right, team. So so we have 2 targets to observe here, and I have one more to give you, right? So that would be the breakdown target from this point. So let's just go ahead and add it into the price here. You're looking at a potential 388.81. And I think, did somebody just say that the 24 hours market was already at 388 for Meta? Or was that for the other ticker? Let's go ahead and take a look here and see what is good in the hood. Hey, thank you, CoinFox, for the shout out in the YouTube chat. Sometimes I don't look at the chat as often as I should, because I'm always zoning in here. But okay, Tesla at 215. Let's see. Yeah, I'm curious to see where Meta is. Man, I can't believe I'm forced to go back into this damn Robinhood, right? What TradingView should be doing is that they should pull up a 24 hours chart where we can observe price action live. Just like you would on the cryptocurrencies where you have several different markets for the same coin, right? So Meta Platforms sitting at 387.06. Yeah, so it looks like we're already approaching that 388.81 if we haven't done so already. Let's see. Where are you in that? I'm sorry, Sebastian, what you looking at there? That's Nvidia 594.91, completely ripping still. Okay, so how far up can this go? Now we have 3 targets here that are psychological, right? So we have that this one that may be reached during the European hours, or they may be even reached at overnight here in the 24 hours market. Let me get rid of the magnet here. Second and most probable target would be that 409.21, followed by the least probability at around 439.60. Now I say that it's least probable because Meta has what, a $12, $14 average true range. If we're looking at a $14, that means that the higher probability would be around the 409 or 400, right? So I'm not sure that it can reach all the way, extend all the way to that 409, but it depends on where we're opening tomorrow too. So if we open tomorrow at 390, at 394, 398, then, obviously, yeah, then there's a shot at this. But daily average true range is sitting at $8.13. Okay, so if we're sitting at 384, we open tomorrow at around 388, then the psychological break of $400 would be our resistance, right? So not bad at all. You're showing me Nvidia. Ooh, you have a bearish divergence, right? Sorry, team. Let me go ahead and show YouTube here what I'm observing. Sebastian is saying, take a look at DJ. Thank you so much for the meta read. Sebastian is saying, take a look at the volume here in comparison to the price action, right? So there is a clear decline in volume and an increase in price. So this is a bearish divergence. Very good eye, my brother. And I do think that there could be some immediate weakness there. But I would say that the daily time frame does have a little more to, it could still validate a little more as momentum divergence is something that we should keep an eye on. So Sebastian, I encourage you to pull up your RSI and not stochastics. Pull up your RSI and read your divergences from the starting of that decline there, and see if we are set, or find actually anyone, even if it's a weekly or monthly divergence, that will give it to us. Okay, team. So yeah, Meta, let's go ahead and pull up the 4-hour time frame to see what is presently going on. 4-hour time frame looks we're I mean, this is the 3 hour, sorry. So I mean, it is way overbought, right? So reversion can start happening here in several time frames. I will say that we may be resetting it in the hourly though. Let's see. No, we're completely overbought there too. Overbought on the 8-hour and the 12-hour. I will say that they still have a little further upside though. But if we're cascading time frame here, then the possibilities of 388.84 or the $400 target are kind of sounding more like the top here. That is a huge speculation, and not to be taken as any type of official word here, right? In fact, anything should not be taken as an official word. But Meta is arguably overbought, right, and completely or potentially ready for some type of pullback. Let's continue observing that, because that's not my final answer here. I would like to take a look at a couple other things. Really hating how my LRC is behaving as of late. Not sure what that is, but I may just recode the entire thing and put out a new script. But okay, so would this be like a fake out here and then just complete failure? Not sure. I'm not sure, but let's take this into consideration. I want to know, first of all, volatility. It's expanding, so it's a 12-hour already there. 12-hour is actually coming down into contraction and starting an expansion phase. Let's see, the buy daily should be further away from that. The daily time frame, very curious to be way up there. So let me pull up a reversion variant here and see what targets we can look at based on a 2 standard deviation retracement. So this 2 standard deviation retracement is very, very curious because the mean reversion is 359.88. We are presently sitting just over 2 standard deviations away from the mean on a daily. And we're critically oversold in a lot of time frames, and the mid band of the linear regression here is perfectly in line with the regression of the Bollinger Bands, right? So it's hard to ignore data like this. It does not mean that it can't continue. It just means that we're reaching critical points of which what I will tell you is this. I know a lot of traders that will not enter the trade when you're sitting at any type of oversold or overbought. I know traders that will wait for you to break into the bullish control zone or break down into the bearish control zone, or getting close to the strength percentiles instead of the weakness percentiles of the RSI. There are several ways of trading, although it is a bit unsafe to gain position when something is critically oversold or overbought, despite the probabilities, right? So we want to make sure to execute the trade in the right way, in a more educated manner. So yeah, team, let's I will say that I can't really tell, right? Because we have a clear incline in volume, right? It's looking okay, right? And we're getting upside in price as well. Really, if Meta pulls out some type of good news here, this is it may actually soar. So yeah, team, please allow the break of some critical resistances here in order for us to gain any type of continuation, as the resistance of 384.36 is getting tested and we're breaking above that, and those highs are critical for us to beat and confirm, right? So in fact, the top side here would be 384.36, right, is the all-time high. And I will say that as long as we are within this realm here, we're on the bull trap area. So we need to make sure, we really need to make sure that we can get true closures above these points here, okay? Sebastian did tell us that we're breaking all-time highs, but please remember that, in a larger time frame, more like a monthly or a quarterly, that would be like a Let me see if I can actually get it. I'm imposing a potential dark cloud on a semi-annual or something, right? The formation. So I'm not quite sure just yet, but oh man, okay. 9 days and 17 hours. Meta has 3 white soldiers here. There is a potential retracement coming in with just candle analysis, right, on a macro time. But I will say that macro time candles are getting closer to more predictive analysis than it is to forecast. So this 3 white soldiers here can present some type of a pullback, but it does have, on a monthly retracement, oh my goodness, it looks like this thing could reach that $400 target and then pull back. So CoinFox is saying, share your other screen. Sorry, team. Yeah, and I wasn't getting the other side. So take a look at this, YouTube. Take a look at the chart here on the monthly, and notice here that I'm observing a potential 9-day close, just over 9 days, This is 3 white soldiers, right? So this could lead to a further little bit of an upside here, maybe into that 400, where actually price action would then reach its absolute peak and then start a reversion back into that area that we were observing in the shorter time frame, right? So if we have a reversion variant here on a monthly, you can see that it's just absolutely too low. Dispersing down into that area there would be the true 50% of historical returns, and I don't think that would be the case. We would need a complete breakdown from 277.17 in order for us to even consider that. And we are, you know, like 115 points out of that. So just, we're not there. Okay, team. So don't worry about those targets down here. This is just a monthly reversion. If you'll notice that it becomes higher and higher as you start jumping into the higher time frame. So weekly time frame reversion here. It's also 2 standard deviations from that mean, right? So this is what I'm saying, team. I know that there is an upside here. 3-day time frame is at the resistance of the linear regression resistance and at the 2 standard deviation multiplier top of the bands. So again, right? This could face upside. I'm just saying that we may get some whiplash here and there, right? So another thing that we want to observe here is that if we're looking at the 3-day time frame now, then we're actually getting a shift in volume. This is declining volume with inclining price now. So you're getting pulled here to the left, you're getting pulled to the right. So remember, team, that we're not here to guess the side that this is going to take. We're just preparing if the side is taken, right? We're going to be completely reactive to where the market takes price, right? We want to be completely careful over what happens next. All right, so CoinFox saying we're probably going to see a different type of market this week. Lots of repositioning going to be happening for the next month, and definitely pricing in volatility coming into the Fed too. And yeah, what I will say is that usually when we're coming into the Fed, we're usually bullish, right? We're usually pricing in the probabilities of a Fed pivot or a Fed pause on or the continuation of a Fed pause in those interest rates, right? So let's see, and definitely pricing in volatility coming into the Fed too. So we might get a lot of whipsaw too. Yeah, so I was just saying that myself too. We're gonna be kind of lashed around here, and I still think it may be an overall higher high, higher low type of situation until we reach the Fed meeting. But yeah, I agree. I completely agree. John, how's it going, my brother? Good to see you here. And Dylan is saying, I've been starting to try and complete a Top Step account. Any tips with futures, my brother? So let's see, Dylan, the pumping is insane. Dylan, what I will tell you about futures trading is that it is the purest form of price action you will ever encounter, right? It is outside of dark pool trading. It is outside of any type of real manipulation here, but that is one area to consider having true talent and an absolute vision over where price is guiding, right? So if you do not have charting or the ability to observe price, then you may be in danger here. But a Top Step account, you're talking about a pre-funded account, right? So they're going to put you to the test here, and then you would pay what, like $150 for a $100,000 trading account, $20 for like a $80,000 to $50,000 account, something like that. Those funded accounts, cool, right? They give you an 80% return. They keep 20% of your profits with the really high rule. I mean, a really, really intense rule that you follow their strategy and not deviate from it whatsoever, which is honestly any institution or any hedge fund or whatever, or risk management firm that you analyze for or trade for. That is the bottom line rule, is that you follow their stop parameters, you follow their risk versus reward parameters and their entry parameters too, as they have their own systems to tell you what a higher probability portfolio gainer could be. So that is the only real drawdown here that I see, right? Is that you're going to be forced into their strategy. So if you're not already building your own strategy around the markets and have already been experiencing it for a long time, then it may be a bit difficult to deviate from your current system that you're building as a beginner trader, right? So here's another thing that I can tell you about futures. It depends on what futures you're going to be trading, right? If you're going to be trading the E-mini futures contracts like the ES, right, you are going to be levered $50 a point. right? So if the ES is worth, let's just say that the ES is worth 5,000 points, right? So then your 5,001 is going to be a $50 gain per contract that you own, right? So now it is a 23/7 market, meaning that the day closes an hour long. If you are holding any risk during that 24th hour, you are going to be margin called, and you are going to have to supply the margin requirement or else, right? So meaning that the asset, let's just take a look real quick at what that asset is even worth, so you can see what the risk is. And it is like I said, around $5,000, right? So 4,887. If you're holding 5 contracts of this, that means 5 times 5, buddy. So you're going to have to supply that margin immediately, right? So if you jump into that 24th hour at market close, because it's 23/7. If you're going to be trading the micro E-mini futures contract, that's a little more forgiving, and your lever actually drops a bit. You're going to be looking at a $12 increase per point. And remember, that is also a decrease, right? So for every 1 point that the ES makes, that the ES E-mini, the micro E-minis make, you're going to be making a gain of $12 levered. Okay, so I would need you to be very careful over how you proceed with futures trading, because it's very much like trading stock. Although they're called contracts, they are not. They do not care about the Greeks, right? These are not running on. They are not gaining value on implied volatility, or they're not running on the magnification of gain over delta and gamma and vega. It's nothing like that. There's no time decay like theta, right? It's nothing like that. So it's more like it's very close to trading like your traditional equities, like a share, right? Like a live share, except that they're very expensive, and you have brokers who will allow you to lever yourself to trade multiple contracts all at once. I will say that if you are going to do it, take it slow, take it one contract at a time, and have a plan, right? Because you're talking, know what it can move, because we're talking about the ES potentially on the day moving around $50 a day. Okay, so that's your average true range. That means $50, 50 points, right? Is in a points-based system. So if you're looking at 4,950 and it jumps up to 5,000 and you're short, how many contracts are you short, and how many times 50, right? You could really get screwed up in that area. That's the one thing I will say, man. Just know your charts, know price action, know the tricks to the trade, and you will be fine. But yeah, if you can make it, if you can get considered into being one of the traders for a prop firm, then sure, more power to you and congratulations. But for me, I actually passed the test. But then I asked them if I would be able to apply my own system, and they said no, that they are completely strict about how they trade their equity and or their capital. And I completely agreed, and I respectfully denied, right? Because I believe that my system was stronger. But if it doesn't matter, because my system is stronger for me, their system is stronger for them. And if they're expecting everyone to trade one way, then that's I can see that you're gonna have a bunch of droids there, right? Yeah, that's all good. But I'm not here for the short-term gain. I'm here for the long-term career in trading. This is a long game, not for the short term. I'm not here for the Mega Millions or for the Powerball. I'm here for the consistency and for the puzzle and for everything else, right? So now, Dylan, thank you so much for asking that. I know that a lot of my master students have also been asking me to elaborate in some of that futures trading, mumbo jumbo. So I'm happy to have shared that information with you, my brother. So please remember, Dylan, I appreciate you always. Love when you come by and say hello, and I definitely love that you interact with the channel. But now that we can see what futures trading can do for us, right? Let's go ahead and bring it back to reality. Oh, there goes gravity. All right, so let's see. Sorry, I'm missing a bunch of chat here in the other side. Please, team, remember, I'm going to switch it over for YouTube, but if I'm still switched, remind me. I keep on failing to come back. And you're hearing me just gibber and jabber with the chat going on Discord, and I'm actually looking at the damn chat. I'm sorry, I'm at the charts. All right. So Sebastian is saying that I'm just waiting for the RSI to pivot on Nvidia. Lower high on RSI might be happening soon. There you go. So that is the daily bearish divergence. Actually, that is regular bearish divergence happening on the daily time frame, and that is now two different types of divergences. So we have two different types of psychologies playing against the price action for a continuation to the upside. But please remember that is still, I mean, even though you're at 80.74%, you could still continue to 90% and still have a bearish divergence, right? So we have to observe the shorter time frame as well. I know that we have a critical week with earnings too. Know that some of the other tickers may impact the other sister and brother tickers as well. Okay, so we have to also be diligent about what sector tickers are being talked about, and if one particular sector is being spoken about, then we potentially have 10 to 12 other tickers who are going to react negatively or positively, respectively. Oh man, there are so many things to observe in the market at one single freaking moment. Okay, so the plan here is to observe what CoinFox shared with us a little bit earlier. Let's go ahead and just pull up that drawing here, and I will like for you to take note over what is in front of you right now. So if you have not taken a screenshot over this, you know what? Hold on. Don't take it yet. Let me go ahead and do this instead, right? I'm going to go ahead and drop here the visibility to a little bit smaller just so that we can have a larger picture, and I will share it on this side as well for YouTube. Okay, so let's go ahead and switch over the screens here, and please consider taking a screenshot over what you're observing here. CoinFox is nice enough to share us the earnings schedule here, and this is something that we are going to use and we are going to be completely aware of. So let me just go ahead and take a quick little sip of water right next to me here, and we shall continue. So now, I'm sorry. So guys, I know that you have the download already, but I will show you that screen as well. So go ahead and take a screenshot of that while I take a quick little sip of water here, and we shall continue. Good deal, team. Let's go ahead and come back here to the analysis and move on. Now that we are observing what the schedule is going to be coming up. Yeah, man. Yeah, there's definitely a few in there that we should keep an eye on, specifically Tesla, right? Because Tesla may just prove the 83% probabilities from the signal that just fired off on Friday. It may actually realize the full extended move, and that's going to be something that of course we don't want to see that too. We don't want to see a company suffer like that, but it's part of the market cycle, and it's part of the wave, and it's part of trading, right? That it just is what it is. We're also going to have to take a look at Netflix coming up. That's going to be Tuesday after close. We spoke about that a little bit earlier. And yeah, guys, if you're noticing some tickers here, I in particular, I'm not the biggest bank guy, right? Not because there's no volatility there, it's just because I'm not really studying the bank charts as much since whenever, right? So just know that I'm not the biggest bank dude, so I probably won't be playing the earnings plays on banks. They may have a nice run or whatever, or downside or upside, but I just anyway, so aside from that, let's take a look at this. We have Intel up there. That's okay. And if you're observing any other ones that I should be looking at, then please let me know. I know Progressive is in there, but a lot of those don't really Seagate as well. They don't have too much of a very volatile average true range. Interesting. Texas Instruments over here. I'm not even sure how they're moving. Logitech is coming in tomorrow after close, and I'm not sure how they're moving either. I know 3M Products, right, the adhesive company, I'm not sure how they're doing either as far as volatility. There's definitely some studying to be doing here. Western Digital, that is natural. This is what I mean here. So Western Digital will actually be locked with Seagate, right? So Seagate and Western Digital are storage technology. So both of those types of companies will react in sympathy to each other, depending on who and what does what, right? So we're gonna have to keep an eye on things like that, like this. If I can give you a quick example, then you have your AT&T and Verizon, right? You have two network and service providers there, and of course, one of them will react, the other one will naturally react to it too. That's the speculation. We have to further validate that when we move forward. Okay, Southwest and Alaska Airlines, you have all these American Airlines, all these things together, they will likely work with each other, right? So we shall see down the line how they work with each other too, right? But I'm seeing some correlation in cross days here. So that we'll move forward from here, team, and see how this is, right? Visa and American Express, but American Express is down here with this, right? First Citizens Bank shares. It's like, why isn't that on Monday? Right. Anyway, that's all just speculation, team. So let's go ahead and come back to the chart and continue on the analysis, right? Let me share the screen here for Discord and see what's up. Okay, so let's get out of this and go into Tesla real quick, team, and see what we have there. And we're gonna observe the price action over Nvidia and Carvana too, right? Because those are presenting a really nice opportunity. And if I don't, guys, was it Pennington? Was it you that shared with me the observations of the used car market coming up? Which means that eBay Motors could be one. It could be Carvana. It could be who was it? Or the People's J? Was it you? I don't remember who it was that was telling us. Yeah. So I don't want to make the information that you said public unless you want to make it public, right? But he made some studies, right, and he shared with us some of that observation. And I do think that there is a strong potential for market movement, specifically in the used car auto sales, which is going to bring down the new cars, right? So People's J, I'm not entirely familiar over the details. I know that you're employed in a company that observes things like that, and you started noticing a shift over what they were doing with used cars, which actually led you to share with the team what your observations were, right? So please let me know what that is, if you don't mind, right? You can always speak in the mic if you want to. I'm no pressure. You can share it on the chat, but it's up to you, right? It's at your leisure, my brother. But let's see. Natural gas says more call volume when price is moving up. Retail chasing. Time will tell. As soon as we put buyers more over, it's gonna flip. Yeah. So you know what? That's I know that a lot of people track flow in options. I personally, I like to sometimes take it. Okay, I'm going to be completely transparent. I like to sometimes take that into consideration. But why I tell you that it feels a little off-putting to look at the ratio of put versus put to call ratio is because you are not given the information of what call volume you're getting, right? Because if you're getting call volume, that doesn't necessarily mean upside, right? So that means that you are getting the volume of people shorting the calls as well. So if people are shorting a call, that means that they are betting that it's gonna fail. So they will bet the downside on call volume. Okay, so that's in the algorithm or in the average that you're getting as the put to call ratio, you're getting that grouped into it too. So in reality, you may be actually looking at the 50-50 ratio all in all, and the information may be entirely useless for all we know, right? So just know that if we had further data, right? If we can pay for, the real big fundamental providers, not Ortex or not. I'm talking about beyond Fintel and beyond Ortex, like things that are higher, more institutional, right? That could give us the ability to look into which calls are being, which call is actually showing higher volume. Is it the short call or is it the long call, right? Because there's also the short to long put volume ratio, right? So you're looking at 4 other metrics that we are not being given. And if I can have anybody in the chat share with me something where we can see that, then we'll be in the money, right, per se. CoinFox in YouTube sharing any tubers here. Go join the Discord if you haven't already. Nowhere on earth are you going to get this type of roundtable discussion, live trading during the markets for $10. Join now, damn it. CoinFox, I actually made a silly little comparison to a toll booth. A few times to some people. I said, hey man, listen, if you can consider taking 2 quarters and coming up to the booth and say, hey, you know what, I'm gonna share these 2 quarters here to go inside and trade with Arca and trade with a team, because we have such a great amount of talent all around us, right? So I'm gonna put these 2 quarters in there and see how it goes. And if you can do that 5 times a week, it'll end up at $9.99, and it'll probably, and I say, just give me a day and I'll probably return it. I'll probably return your fee on that day, right? As we all know, actually, most of the Arca Bulls members were saying that they actually made 10 times their entry on the first day of trading with the Arca Bulls team in the first place. So know that I'm not perfect. Know that I don't have a crystal ball. I don't have tarot cards. All I am is just a regular dude over here in a studio, right? In a sunny Southern California, sharing my thoughts over what the financial markets can or can't do, right? So please consider joining team. CoinFox here is saying for $10, I'll support you forever, man. It's well worth it, right? Your grandfathered in, my dude. Thank you so much for all your support, and I'm very lucky to have a talent like you here, man. I can't tell you how much everyone benefits off of each other here, dude. It's a good community, and I will say that I'm the lucky one here, team. I'm the lucky one here to be sharing such good times with you. And the People's J, here's the information that we were actually looking for earlier, right? So let me share exactly what he's saying here. So YouTube, I'm going to go ahead and split the screen here and come right back into the Discord platform and show you this. So the People's J is saying, yeah, essentially in the last couple of weeks, we've noticed auto repos hitting consumer credit bureaus in the last 60 days go up at a drastic pace. 6 out of 10 applications that we are seeing are reflecting those repos. So Lithia, or ticker symbol LAD, has over 350 stores across the nation. We move inventory from coast to coast through driveway, right? Is that how you do it? So we've noticed that the new car inventory is starting to become a scary scenario as slowdowns on new units continue to grow. Sorry, I'd speak, but putting kiddos to bed. It's important, family first, my brother. Thank you so much for sharing that key detail with us. So this is leading to the potential strength or weakness that we can observe over tickers like CVNA, Carvana, which CoinFox has already clearly pointed out without knowing the information that the People's J is sharing with us right now. So you are looking at a broader market fundamental catalyst that can lead to the potential weakness of new car sales and the strength of used car sales. So the used car auto world, that sector, would actually show us some strength into tickers like CVNA. I know that used cars are also sold on eBay Motors, right? So eBay may get some upside on that, right? So who else do we have? I know we have Auto Trader and stuff like that, but who gives CarMax, right? CarMax is used car sales as well. It's yeah, that's right, CoinFox. It's a great platform and it's a huge ticker, right? So we're gonna experience some strength over those tickers, right? So positioning ourselves for those could be critical. right? So now that we kind of said that, now that we're on that topic, right? My apologies here, but let's go ahead and continue on the analysis, not with Tesla, but let's go ahead and continue it away, because as we know, Tesla is having a lot of issues with their new cars, right? Boy, you don't even know how it connects, right? Hit that like button. Make sure to bring in some other friends and some people here. Consider joining the Arca Bulls Discord and trade with us. Sorry to be such a shill. I crack myself up in the stupidest ways, man. Just bear with me. Bear with me, team. I love you all. Right, so let's go ahead and continue the analysis here. Let's pull up a ticker symbol CVNA, as there could be a potential something there laying for us. Right. Let's take a quick sip of this Gatorade too. My goodness, man. Sorry, I don't want to sip this right in front of you, team. I'm getting parched like every 3 seconds here. Hold on. Good deal. Okay. So Carvana, let's take a look at the some financials here, right? Some very basic information. So we have a market capitalization entering the 9 billion realm, right? So the shares float is actually pretty small, so there could be good demand here, right? So it's just under 100 million, and man, to tell you the truth, I would actually trade small caps that were maximum 50 million share float with 1 billion market cap tops. So this is it's very interesting to see this. So guys, like I said, the community here in the Arca Bulls trading team is absolutely powerful. I can't believe that we are blessed enough to have people like Sebastian Lim. He's my apprentice, right? I've taken that guy from the beginning. I've seen his talent unfold greatly over the months, and having somebody like CoinFox recently join, and the People's J Cryptic Trader, right? We have lots of talent in here, team, and I couldn't be more thankful. And already, like, the people that are in here that don't have the most experience in the world, they're also very talented because they're observing and they're reacting to the markets, right? We had Darth Zoe share with us the information for, I believe it was the dethroning of the Nvidia chip, giving way to the Marvel chip manufacturers, right? So I wouldn't have seen that if it wasn't for Darth Zoe, right? So Darth, thank you so much for your participation here with the team. I can't tell you how much I appreciate you and your brother participating, man. You guys are absolutely an asset to have here, man. And we're really blessed to have you here. So Sebastian Fngr is saying, we're the OGs. We are, my brother. Destiny is saying, where is Cryptic tonight? So Cryptic should be finishing off his shopping at Costco, right? Full transparency, right? He said, I'll be able to make it towards the tail end, but don't wait up for me. Let's just make sure that we can get at least some of the people from the East Coast up in the picture, and so that they can benefit from the market prep for, leading into Monday's trading. Right, Cryptic's with some girls. Oh, dude, he's with his main mamacita, right? And or Lorraine, dude. Oh my goodness, dude. Already getting the crap talked on to the cryptic trader. He's not even here yet. He's already getting demolished. Right, the People's J saying catching that Costco Grizzly combo. Glizzy, did you say Glizzy? Ian is saying Cryptic's in his sub off the coast doing a bank run. Bro, he was picking up the groceries. We need the sub because there's a lot of groceries to pick up, you know. Santa Barbara stop, let's go. Anyway, team, so there's a nice little uptick in volume here. Yeah, it's already kind of leading into something here. 1, 2, 3, let's see. I mean, well, including the after hours, right? But we have 1, 2, 3 primary 12-hour candles, 12-hour bars of volume with an increase, right? So let's take a look at that. Usually when I see regular volume and I see the moving average, I can kind of imply where relative volume would sit. So RVol is actually a pretty important metric for trading the short term. Well, in my opinion, right? So let's see. Danielle, how you doing? Good to see you here. Thank you so much for coming on by. So Danielle saying, hi guys, sounds like you're having too much fun in here. So yeah, so we actually deviated a little bit from the business, right? But everything in good spirits, right? We were just sharing how lucky we are to have the people that we do. And Danielle, we're also very lucky to have someone like you too, as the founder of Retail United, or one of the founders here. So we completely appreciate your being here as well. So we love you dearly, and thank you for coming on by. Ian, my brother, is right up in here, always supporting me, right? So now CoinFox is sharing with us at Amazon if this daily is just an ABC. So 162 to 165 should be a measured move up, or the measured move up. I will share with you what he means, okay, team? I know that sounded a little jumbled here, but for those that are not really understanding the lingo, right? Let me go ahead and not click on the A, right? I can't see my keyboard. It's below my microphone. I always have to kind of guess that. So what what he's talking about as ABC is actually a traditional strategy used in the markets for trading, right? So that ABC refers to an ABCD strategy. Now, if you are using, this is very curious. What the heck is that? How is that happening? I'm not going to be on there. Let me just close without saving here and duplicate this one and pull up ticker symbol MAZN. Right, so here it is. Good deal. Let me get rid of some of these indicators here and continue on the analysis, right? So let's pull up the daily time frame. Now that we're having a true behavior here. What the heck is happening with TradingView? All right. So Amazon, let's go back to what CoinFox said, right? So switch over the screen. He is saying right over here, MAZN, meaning ticker symbol Amazon. If this daily, what he means is if this daily candle is just an ABCD, right, or this daily trend, it could be a 162 to 165 target as the measured move to the upside. Now, what I will tell you is that if we're observing this in a daily time frame linear regression, his discretionary way of trading in his system is absolutely on. Is dead on, despite the fact that he is looking at it from a different metric or a different perspective. If we go ahead and extend our daily linear regression resistance, then you're going to see that we're up here at just about 159.28, getting close to that 160 zone. Now, if we kind of pull price action here into maybe a 3-day time frame and zoom out just a little bit, right? Give us a little bit of space and start observing the targets that he just spoke about, we're probably going to see some critical resistances at that point. And that 158 that I just spoke of, team, is the bottom side of this area here, right? So now if we move up to that 162 to 165, then we're going to go ahead and notice right up here that you have a 161, let me see, a 161.26 to about a 163.77 resistance range right in here, right? As soon as you start beating that 158, you're going to lead into that next resistance zone. If we have a top side to really consider. Cyber Sultan, live mic, buddy. Sorry, hold on just a sec. Cyber, I'm going to mute you for now, buddy. Oh, there it is. Let's see, just a sec. Awesome. Got you, buddy. Sorry, man. Sorry. I just have my volume here. I don't want to have my headphones on because it's hot, right? Anyway. Okay. Good deal. So yeah, I'm gonna mark off one area that could be of critical importance too, right? So if we surpass the 165 previously mentioned by the team here, then we could be observing a 3-day gap that could be looked at from the daily as well. Wow, not sure what's happening with my trading view here, but let's just go ahead and continue on anyway. So this area here could be of critical importance, right? Right about there. So this zone here is marked off at 169.64 to 175.04, and it does mark off a pretty critical gap. We have other gaps here that we've cleared, in the past, but this is going to be a very, very critical area of resistance. So if we start clearing the 162 to 165, I can these price action here can certainly start moving itself up right into this zone here where we can experience some critical resistance. Now, if we can use some moving averages to see if we have anything in the way there, then we'll be in style. Let me pull this right back up here, right? So let's see. No moving averages in the way. In fact, everything on a 3-day time frame is completely bullish. In fact, we have a 3-day golden cross. Wow. How far can we take that? Holy crap. Holy cow. All right, so 5-day time frame. Yeah, we're converging the SMA 50 into 200 here using the SMA 10 as complete guidance. Wow. Holy goodness, man. This is pretty damn powerful considering all the odds here. Damn it. So yeah, dude, this is earnings on February 1st is what CoinFox is telling us. Let's take a look at its average true range on a daily. We have about $2.99, so it's a little slow. So this, we could potentially, it's also cheap enough to play. I know $155 a share is not cheap, right? I'm saying that it's not 500 like Nvidia to where you can actually, lever yourself into playing shares with this, right? So, everything is looking pretty damn powerful here. So, which makes me want to take a look at volatility versus momentum starting from the 4-hour time frame. So 4-hour time frame potentially pivoting here, but why would that be the reason? Let's go ahead and just block some of these indicators, and then I'm going to use another trick here. Okay, so let's see, expansion and a potential. It's still upside potential, but it's in the gravitational zone here, which means we could get pulled. Let me look at a smaller time frame, although I don't feel most comfortable with that. So this is for a very short-term time frame. So let's just say this. Coming into Monday, there is a potential lift in price. We could see a 155.56 to around 155.75. If we surpass this with an hourly close, then sure, we can get into that 156.24 and start getting close to succeeding that average true range on a daily, right up in that area there, right? So other than that, we would have to validate the candle under 155.55 with an hourly close in order for us to consider a downside here. 155.54 is the top side range of 155.54 to about 155.75, just like it is on the prior day high. Okay, so if we get that prior day high resistance, then there could be a continuation to the downside here to reload at potentially 154.34. Now, if we are observing a little bit of a lower downside, hourly gap is located at 153.95, which will mark off it's starting to get really close to a potential $2 move to the downside, exhausting your average true range right around here at 153.76-ish, right? So if you do get that downside, it would be the bottom side of this candle here. We would have to then see if we can wick down quickly or just recover from this area, validate the resistance, and then consolidate for the rest of the day. We will see how that's going to happen since this is a slower mover, but we can already see that weakness kind of coming into the markets. Take a look at this. The RSI signal line is actually right at the bearish control zone. Now, if you don't remember that, go ahead and go into my channel and and search for the RSI explained. Right, so how I observe momentum is probably a little different than some others. Some others may or may not do. It's whatever works for you, right? So I'm going to explain this to you real fast since you haven't seen that video, or some of the newcomers haven't, right? So I'm looking at the split of this 50% zone of the RSI as the bullish control zone, right? So you have a weakness area and a weakness area followed by a strength and strength. So you have the bull weakness, bull strength percentile, bear weakness, and bear strength percentile. Now, every junction has a gravitation. So 2% up or 2% down is your gravitational zones from your RSI. Okay, so in this area here, you can see that we're sitting right at about 62.28%. With a slight downside pivot, we may actually start getting gravitationally pulled, right? So notice how, yes, I am using a bit of physics in this, but I always do. I use volatility and momentum, right? So let's continue the analysis here. So if we do get that downside, that means that we'll increase the volatility, or we will essentially slide on down here with less interest in the asset, meaning that maybe people are willing to let this thing get cheaper so that they can buy a little bit lower. It does not mean that it's going to be short volume. It does not mean that it's going to be sell pressure. It just means that there's also potential just a loss of interest, right? A loss of interest can create contraction. But in this case, since we are having an upside here, I do think that there could be sell pressure added to this. Amazon could go as low as 154.97, and if we start invalidating this point here, yeah, the next point 154.74, followed by a continuation into 153.95 and 153.96. So if remember, it's all kind of based around this gravitational area, right? So you can see it kind of acting in real time, right? You can see here that the price action came down right here. The RSI signal, it was right inside of the gravitational percentile, right? This gravitational zone pulled it up. We came right into the 62 percentile, right, of the gravitation, pulled it back down, right? Failed it one time here, failed it again, but look at how many times it reacts negatively when it does reach that area, right? So it doesn't happen all the time here too, right? We get pulled to the upside. I would say a 70, 71%, 72% probability that the gravitationals work within any spectrum of the markets. I'm talking about cryptocurrencies, bonds, traditional equities, right? Futures, Forex. It all works there. So CoinFox saying, I like that term, gravitational pull. Yeah, I honestly have this thing, man, you know, it works at any of these junctions, right? So you have that 50%, 52 being gravitation, you have the 48 being gravitation, and then so on, right? You have your overbought percentile, right into that 72% zone, another gravitation there. So in order for us to consider any type of continuation to the upside, we would really need to cover clean away from the 52% zone in order for it to continue upward. Now, I noticed that statistically speaking, regressions like this, because this is not something that I'm drawing myself, right? This is an indicator that is observing its current price and dispersing its current valuation with splits in between. This can be found as a script in TradingView for free. The only difference with mine is that I took that script and I further modified it by adding the in-betweens as well. So now that I've been working with linear regression over the last maybe 2 or 3 months, I am noticing that it also has gravitation, right? And oftentimes it needs to validate in order for it to thrust to the upside. So the break is always very conditional here, right? Because it'll get jammed back into the inside, and if the bulls don't take advantage of the continuation to the upside, then it'll have a high likelihood of failure, right? But yeah, I'm going to modify this script further, and I'm going to be more. I'm gonna just put a brain into it. I'm gonna put AI into this thing and see what it does with it, and then the Arca Bulls team will have the benefit of it. So go ahead and consider joining by that link in the chat, YouTube. Okay, so so Amazon, there could be, since we did close upside, here's gravitation speaking again, right, in the hourly time frame. If we did close upside of this center, right, of the 50% of the returns between the regression bands, then there is a probability that price action can start to create a type of reversion here to meet its resistance. That is, like I said right before, 155.54 to around the area of around 155.71 first. Okay, we're going to need a closure above there in order for us to continue on to this top side of 156.20. But yeah, the likelihood of getting an upside here is a little greater than not. Temporary though. This may happen in the early pre-market followed by a downside because of momentum. So let's go to the 4-hour. See how we're getting a downside suggestion here. This means it's a temporary downside. So if I can give you this tip as well, take a look at this. Let me get in some. You take what you like from some traders and you further modify it or do whatever to use it to your advantage, right? So in this case, I'm going to use more, I would say more traditional moving averages, right? So I'm going to keep like the smaller ones, but I don't want to see things like the EMA 20 just yet, because I want to use that more in like the 8-hour time frame. the EMA 30 or the EMA 50, right? So I also don't want to see your EMA 21 or 55 in this case. I'm not looking for anything like that. I'm really looking for shorter time frame supports, being like the EMA 7 and the EMA 9, right? An SMA 5 and a 10, right? So let's go ahead and just pull out those other larger time frame moving averages, because I don't really need them at the present moment. Okay, so in this case, we're going to keep the EMAs, right? The 2, 7, and the 9. The 5 on the 5 on the simple and the 10 simple, and from there I think I may be okay, right? So now combine these moving averages here, right, with what the SMA 14 average is in the RSI. So if your RSI is dropping here, notice how we are getting the support from the gravitational zone and the SMA 14. So that means that your 2-hour, your bi-hourly time frame is critical. We have broken upside of that SMA 14 and are using it as support. We may need one more validation before a continuation to the upside. So if we were to combine in a very, very discretionary manner here, if we combine this SMA 14 with either your SMA, your EMA 7 or 9, or your SMA 10, then we could potentially be looking at some support zones. First of all, your EMA 7, really close to this pivot here at around 154.79, right? If we do fail that, you have one more pivot right down here, which is very close to your SMA 10, right? That would be the space of 154.48 to about 154.30. Now, why am I saying it's close to the SMA 10? That means that the pressure from the next candle print will bring down these averages. It would bring down the averages, so they will get closer to those pivotal points, right? So we want to observe it not from where it is, because these are active moving averages. They work with the price action, right? So if there's pressure to the downside, all those moving averages are also going to retrace, right? So then this would bring in the SMA 14 here. We would potentially bounce from the gravitational zone and the SMA 14 for a continuation to the upside. So we may already be seeing where that bottom side target could be for Amazon before continuing on to the upside. Now, it is completely understandable, right? We'll get a bounce from this zone here, bounce right back up, validate the resistance of linear regression, continue on downwards, right? So it's it plays the way it will, right? There are other ways to seeing this. There are other ways to play the markets as well. Please, team, just know that I'm only one person observing the markets in my own way, right? I encourage you to look at it in your own way too. Validate and invalidate, and validate and invalidate. Okay, but Amazon, slower mover here, definitely a shorter term time frame downside before a recovery into that 155.38 before we can continue here to the downside. Okay, team. Also, now, in Carvana, since we're getting that used car sales coming up, let's just observe really fast what this thing is showing us, right? Daily time frame, also slow mover here, right? We have a $3.33 average true range. It is what it is. So we have 45, 46, 47, maybe a 48 top. That would mark off your invalidation zone, right up here. That's your 49.18 to about 48.58. Very clean area of resistance, and also a very, 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 very small daily gap right here, right? That daily gap is marked off at 47.98 to 48.12, conveniently marking off the average true range. So if this is in fact continuing to the upside, you can expect a resistance level anywhere between the areas of about 47.33 to about that 48.15 before us coming back down to validate this range here as a new support. That's going to be the bottom side of 44.54 to 45.42. This thing would actually reverse, get that validation, break this high. The new day here, Tuesday into Wednesday, we could potentially be touching the area 51.67 into 52.49. So this is definitely looking pretty damn good. So yeah, and also notice this: the volume is right at that daily. Is literally right at that daily moving average. We could be getting a break of this soon. As soon as we get that break on a daily, that the bulls are going to be completely signaled here, and there could be some buy side pressure, and this could continue onwards and upwards. Other than that, I'm liking the trend here, right? I'm definitely noticing that we are making a series of higher lows and higher highs, and that's a very typical. It's a very typical behavior, and one that is absolutely paramount to price action, right? So, and I will say that as soon as we start breaking upside of this target range here, it would be the space of 62.85 to the bottom side of this range here of 63.58. We would potentially start seeing a bigger and bigger rip to the upside, clearing this daily gap right in here, and potentially seeing beyond $74. But this thing it has the power to start sliding up some serious numbers here into that $85 zone, to the ultimate resistance of around $97 into 100. This has a critical resistance there. Okay, so please be very careful over how the markets are going to be moving in the coming days, because this clearly has strength to it. And overall, this thing is just creating a series of this is not your macro high just yet, right? So I'm expecting here maybe another macro high somewhere around here, right around that area of $100 before a retracement, maybe. So give it a quick eye, give it some attention here. But this is your statistical setup right here, which I may have a back test for. We'll go ahead and validate that in about 1 minute, right? So here is your setup. You have volatility entering critical within the 15 percentile, and you also have stochastic momentum pivoted towards the upside. As soon as we start getting this volatility shift to beyond the 15 percentile with an upside pivot of both the volatility component and moving average, we would then consider a continuation to the upside here. So let me go ahead and open up a new chart, or not a new chart. I want to see if I actually have a back test on this. And I may. Okay, I do. So BBWP expanded though. So I think I have an expansion to contraction test, not a contraction to expansion. Really too bad, but it's okay, right? So yeah, you can see all the iterations here, right? I haven't traded this in a long time. In fact, when we did trade it, we we made a pretty nice move to the upside. In fact, we got stop loss. We almost got stopped again, and then continued onwards and upwards, taking all those profits, right? So let's see. Yeah, the iterations here are definitely marking off the break of expansion into contraction, right? So I don't think I have the contraction to expansion upside. So you can see here that those conditions can meet in either way. So this is breaking expansion to the downside, contracting, and you can see the upside on volatility, right? So in this case, we are experiencing quite the inverse. Upside stochastics, critical contraction with a potential break of that 15% in the coming days. I expect the breaking of the 15 percentile of volatility. It really is dependent on the buy side interest, but I do expect this to break maybe into Wednesday or Thursday next week, as I do see an average of about 3 to 4 days ish to break upside of the 15 percentile. I mean, you can see here this iteration was clearly around 6 days. This iteration here was around 4 days itself. This iteration here was around 5 days. It's around 4 days here. Total of 4 days on that one too. You can definitely see the behavior here, and that's why I'm saying that maybe Wednesday, Thursday next week we get the break of this critical contraction zone, paired with volatility then entering the bullish control zone for a continuation to the upside. That's going to propel price action here into the upper, I would say first testing sub 60s, right, and then into the high 70s, and with a continuation to thrust, meaning that we have a continuation of upside with upside into the 3-day, 5-day, weekly volatility versus momentum. This can start testing your $100, $97 to $100 zone. Okay, so be very careful over what happens on this, but it's going to take some days to have this thing officially make that. And one more quick little thing, if we're speaking here outside of statistics and actually data analysis, then we're looking at formation theory. We have inverse head and shoulders here, right? So then this macro upside on this, let me just go ahead and make the numbers a little greater here so that you can see it on the right hand side, right? There we go. So you can see that. Another thing I could do is just open up my damn there we go, right? So now I'm back to normal here. Okay, let me get this thing out of automatic, and let's observe the psychological the psychological formation here, right? So you have a little bit of a wonky neckline here. It's okay, right? Take that center of the head, right, or the neckline. Bring a trend line all the way to that lowest potential, right? And this will give you your psychological potential. Put it in the middle of your right hand shoulder, and the top side is being tested at 153. So if we do get a 153 thrust out of this, it will be completely out of absolute surprise to me, because I see a top side of 97 to about 107.26 before facing a massive resistance. So if this is really implying that target, that means that it could zigzag here for weeks until it reaches that 153 top, depending on how long the used car market really lasts in that bullish trend. Let's see a quick thing here with moving averages. Let me add this right into here and see what we have. So, damn. Okay, so, Golden Cross happened right back here in June of 2023. We're now experiencing an upside pressure from both the SMA 200 and the SMA 50, and notice the here the validation, right? We broke upside of the SMA 50 here. We gapped up like crazy on December 1st, 2023. We are now coming back down to validate that SMA 50 for a continuation to the upside. And I would say that a daily close upside of that SMA 10 4509 would then introduce the potentials of testing your SMA 20 at around 48.86. So this is all very short term. I'm talking about really short term here. Maybe over the next day, we can see some moves here. Maybe a $3 move, $4 move into the next day. But yeah, I'm liking what I'm seeing here, team. Okay, one more thing that we can do to validate that potential upside is taking into consideration some a Fibonacci retracement, right? So let's go ahead and take that swing high to the swing low and see what those targets are giving us, right? So this top side is actually getting very close to that with 3 spot 272, just like always, right? So we're looking at a 153 to 165 range of resistance, and we can just kind of mark it off like this so that we know in the future that we were already observing potential targets here. Not saying that we're going there. I'm just saying that we do have some things to combat in order for us to continue. Let me get the moving averages out of the way so that you can see how nice it is, right? That's the top side of this range here. And now let's observe what the $97 target could be having for us. I said 97 to 100 to $107 being this, where is it? Right about here. This is the resistance I was looking for. And it just so happens to be the 2 spot 272 matched with the 2 fib, right? So that is completely confluent to what I was speaking of in a discretionary manner. So now we have a psychological target paired with geometric and with a potential statistical setup that can lead price action into that top side. The validation of the SMA 50 with 2-day close or 1-day closing above it is completely powerful, and I do expect this to, in a sense, V-shaped recovery here and continue. Remember that as soon as we start reaching this golden pocket, which will be between the 0618 and the 0382, this will be that area to really thrust, right? We're going to get a pullback right inside of this gap here, right? That daily gap, which just so happens to be the 0618, right? We'll get that retracement back from there, validate your $48 zone, which just so happens to be the range top right here. This is your golden pocket. We'll rip to the upside based on that bounce. Okay, team, so please know that I'm absolutely looking at the Fibonacci retracement tool in a different way than you do, right? I'm actually looking at it inverse than the traditional manner. But you use what you have and you use it the way you see the markets, right? But this is my analysis on CVNA, and very good. Very good. It was CoinFox that actually brought it up to my attention, and now we are here, right? So let's see. Where are we? Okay, so it's 9 p.m. CoinFox is saying CVNA might be a better share play over options unless you get plenty of time, right? So, yeah, right. You can work on the more balanced implied volatility than your impulsive implied volatility that you can use for a quick scalp, right? This would be like a safer options play per se, right? So the only thing I'm afraid of here is holding overnight, but there is a complete setup, man. There is a whole setup here, and this could be launching things to the upside pretty nicely. CoinFox is saying, not sure if you guys like LLY weekly breakout. Backtest completed Friday near a nice short-term support. So you're saying LLY. Let me try to get out of this. Oh my goodness. Okay. Here we go. Oh, does it? My goodness, it does. Man. So, yeah, it has a $13.43 average true range. This is very close to an acting support, judging by the AMA 250 in the short term. Not sure that it can drop all the way down to the SMA 200 at 624.30, but to tell you the truth, this has enough volatility to drop down even into the complete invalidation zone of the prior day low, which could be at about 620. In fact, I think that would be the better bet. So the range would be this, if I were to just kind of put a quick guess into this. Again, I'm not sure that it will drop all the way down there, but if it were to drop all the way into that area, the daily time frame is supporting a nosedive here, right? So let's just say this, 620.03 to the bottom side of this previous invalidation zone of 616.86, that would be marking off pretty much the average true range to the downside right in here, right? So now if we do get that downside, what could be the reason for it to bounce, and why would it bounce? Why would it consider that, right? So let's look at this in the larger term and then speculate on that target. So we were speaking of a 620.03 to 616.86, right? So let's see. 613. Yeah, I mean that's a complete downside here. If we're going to test that the prior day low. Wow. It is also a range. Yeah, we could technically drop into 609.68 as well. In fact, I'm going to draw in. Hey, what's up, Eze? Damn, he's having connection issues or something. Here we go. So, yeah, look at this. We have volume here, moving upside. Volume moving upside of the moving average. This is looking. And you're talking about the weekly too, so I got to look at that. So, yeah, man, this has a great. Oh, Destiny, I'm sorry. How come my Arca A does not have a silver and golden cross? How do I add them? Oh, okay. So, Destiny, make sure to if you have, for example, your moving average is up, right? If you have them up right now, go ahead and get rid of them. And then go into your private scripts, right, to your invite-only scripts, and go ahead and click on ABT averages. So when you click on ABT averages, then you will have the updated version with the symbols and everything. Ian. Oh, and I noticed here on the other, oh man, ESK, J. Abrams. Guys, what's up? ESK saying happy Sunday, my man. Are we talking Tesla tonight? Yes, we are. Let me get through LLY, and then we're going to speak about Tesla. Very, very important signal fired off. And J. Abrams saying, Arca, finally can watch you. I had family issues now resolved. Can you look at Fngr, SoFi, Palantir, NWBO, TS? I may be able to get through one of those, my buddy. But yes, I can go ahead and help you out with one of those. So Jay, he's saying just caught up, and don't you quit on me. I need you to help me teach all you know. My brother, I got you. We are going to learn some good stuff in here. Guys, I'm noticing that Cryptic Trader is actually having some connection issues. Not sure why he's not able to come in, but I noticed that he just barely stepped in and got disconnected all in all, right? So let's wait for the man himself to say hello to us. And we will continue here on LLY. So J. Abrams saying Palantir and SoFi are both big beats on earnings, in my honest opinion. Is now a good buy-in or on Monday, let's see, 16s of Palantir and 7s especially on SoFi. So what I will say, Jay, is to maybe wait for the volatility to kind of clear here from the earnings call, because as you know, earnings are not really a confirmation of direction. They are just a confirmation of volatility nowadays, right? So if we can wait for the move and wait for the next day would be the easier trade. Right, because these guys can come in with with a 62% earnings beats, and for some reason it just gets shorted to the ground right after that because they know everybody's going to go long, right? So they'll favor the downside there. So be very careful with playing things before earnings, and I would never, and I mean, not financial advice, but I would never open risk before an earnings call unless you're just the biggest gambler unless you're just the biggest gambler and that's what you want to do. I can't stop you. But Jay, I would kind of reserve the artillery there, kind of hold back on releasing fire here, and maybe consider waiting for the easier trade on the following day after the earnings report. Okay, so Destiny, please let me know, did it work? And Ian, sub issues, can you please let me know what you mean, Ian? Sebastian, are you looking at Seb, rising wedge on LLY? Are you looking at this in the 5-minute time frame? Is that what you saw? Yeah, so that's, man, just leading into that downside probability, right? I mean, you can look at this in so many ways too, brother. Right? You definitely have your head and shoulders formation there too, which naturally tends to Cryptic is having a sub connection issues. He's in a hollow metal tube off the right. He took so he took the flat black sub to pick up the Costco. It was a huge order. Okay. Yeah, man, I gotta admit, huge kudos to CoinFox for bringing up this ticker here, man, as this is going to potentially give us a nice little play here, man. And wow, ESK saying Fngr, please, good call, Jay. And I know ESK, you're such a good supporter here, my team. Please know that I won't let you down. Let me just take a quick sip of this Gatorade here and continue, right? I just need a quick little 5 seconds at a time here as I'm getting parched again and again and again. All right, hold on. All right, we're good to go, team. Okay, we are good to go. So now let's take a look at some critical, some obvious things here, right? So I'm just gonna get rid of these. I'm just gonna get rid of this here, right, because we definitely don't need that right now. I hear my son going absolutely buck wild out there, and this is a traditional reversal, right? So this is your hammer candle followed by the confirmation candle. I will say that this may not work out this time, right? It may not work. First of all, we have two critical resistances. We have the SMA 10 and your SMA 5. Let me show you where the SMA 5 is located. I'm just going to draw a line here at the resistance of that SMA 5. You're going to be like, what? Right? So let's go ahead and look at the 5-minute time frame here and take a look at that right there. Right? Huge Thursday market high. Right? So right at that 631.97, this is before it just capitulated down to the ground. That is a very, very strong area of resistance and likely not to be beat on the first try. Better be, dude, you have no clue. I am not joking. I really am drinking Gatorade here, man. And the way I can prove it to you is that I can put the cap on, right? And then do this. It could be water, right? But I'm sorry, it's not really tangible proof, right? But it is Gatorade. Moderator Cal L, Superman himself would tell me to keep my electrolytes up and keep my sugars up, because of all the talking and all the high energy crap that I'm doing all the time, right? So we're here, man, having to feed Arca some electrolytes, right? So let's go ahead and take a look at this resistance one more time. Yeah, team, this is a stupid amount of resistance, being that price action capitulated from this area here. It was a drop of 631, around 631.94 down to 612.70, right? So I mean, that's a 20-point move. You don't take that lightly, right? So you know that that's going to be an area of inflection and critical resistance. So if price action does get up there, then that would be the zone to kind of observe. Okay, now let me take a look at a couple of things here, because this is going to be quite a zigzag at first. I'm not saying that it's going to be an easy run to the downside, because if I am looking at price action here, this is very, very wiggly. In fact, it's been kind of zigzaggy here over just the last potentially 2 weeks, right? 2 weeks. So yeah, this up and down here is not necessarily the best thing for options contracts, but I will say that there is opportunity there to scalp it and really take advantage of that, right? So this is over here, a span of about 35-40 minutes. You had a very nice incline from that bottom side of, let's see, 620.03 to around 628. So $8 on that range here before it pulled back to validate the SMA 200 on the 5-minute and continue on to making a day's high at 629.73. That's not bad, right? So this faced about a $9 move all in all on that day. So yeah, very, very, very good to consider what the power is behind this asset, right? So I like it. I definitely like it. So now the guess here is going to be is if we're going to continue to the downside or not, right? So let's start to observe things in the 4-hour time frame and see what we have in store. 4-hour time frame, SMA 20 located right at that same 631.79. I am really expecting an entry and a potential consolidation of this range right in here, and that range may completely be blocked by the SMA 10 and the SMA 50 by doing this right here. So quick, immediate short-term downside, 626, 2 points down, right? Resistance from the EMA 20 back down into this area here that we're looking at for a bottom side support. And then this is going to be the area where we're going to find either the greatest validation in the world or the greatest failure in the world. So this is going to be the point where we either figure this SMA 50 into resistance, or we validate the SMA 50 into resistance and face what Wyckoff can consider a terminal shakeout or some type of a spring, right? Then this spring down here would load up all the bulls in the world and really have this thing push into the area of 640, validate your 4-hour EMA 20, and consider a continuation to start beating your 648 zone. Okay, that is one potential, and it could be one. Okay, I'm not saying that it is. I'm just saying that it could be one. But if we do fail, and this SMA 50 here, and the SMA 10, and the SMA 20, that there could be a critical downside here. And that would likely be down to the 4-hour SMA 200 at 597, so just into the $600 range. If we do get this $600 range, that would be because we failed the 609.91 inflection. Okay, I don't see us failing that inflection, in fact. Okay, because I think I have to favor the bulls in this case, and the reason why is because I think the bulls may be setting up a bear trap, and it's a very obvious one too. It's let me see this in the oh my god, the 8-hour time frame bear trap. The potential of this is very strong, and I do think it could be something like this, what we're looking at, right? Because this is going to be the area where we make this regression on a head and shoulders bearish formation, right? So this head and shoulders can lead to a very dangerous upside. Why? Because please remember that this is highly speculative. Okay, this is not the truth. This is what I'm looking for. Okay, I'm looking for the rejection up here somewhere. We break back down. We make the bear start thinking we're gonna create this 8-hour dead cat bounce. Then we have a buy formation breakdown. Yeah, we have the head and shoulders dead cat psychology here, right? target here, they're thinking to themselves, man, we're about to take these guys on for a ride. The target down here for us, take profit, is around 580, 575, you know, but what they're not noticing is that you have a massive like break of volume trend in its bull volume, right? So this can lead into something pretty dangerous. And not only that, is that, of course, we were observing the setup here in the daily time frame, I believe it was, right? No, sorry, what was it? The 4-hour time frame, where we're starting to curl up and we're starting to get the expansion, right? So this can continue. The thrust of the immediate short time frame, this is going to be key. We may shift around in here, but something tells me that we're about to shift this thing to the upside. We have to be very careful over how we proceed here. Okay, this has to be executed just right. If the conservative bull will actually wait for the break of the 631.79 or the 630.639 to get this potential 12-point move from this point to this point here, right? That would be your conservative trader. Now, your aggressive trader will trade both the it's going to counter trend trade, right? So you're going to have this massive what could be just an ABCD strategy here. So you're looking at let's go ahead and pull it up, right? So you have your potential X marks the 0 point, right? You have your A, you would potentially have your B here, and then you'll just continue creating this higher low, higher high structure, and this would be the play at the end of the run, right? Marking off a new high. Don't take this into seriousness, right? I'm not saying that we're going to go there. I'm just saying that this would be a potential in a way that it can be observed, right? Because the overall trend here is that, right? We're experiencing consistent higher highs and higher lows, and this is breaking a huge area of this here. Let me. It's hard for me to show you just like that, right? So we're breaking huge bullish formations here that are leading to take profits that are very confluent to the psychological take points, right? So just like this here, you have that psychological take profit just like that. You add it to that breaking point, and then you're faced with this resistance top. So we're definitely playing psychology very nicely here, right? So if we are now, let's go ahead and take a look at a more macro time frame, something away from the shorter time frame, to see if we have any potentials for something, right? So let me get rid of these drawings here. Destiny, you don't see any no, because you already own averages. So go into your invite only scripts and then select ABT averages, or open up your averages indicator again in your favorites. So damn. Coin, what are you feeling on this, buddy? Are you looking at the upside or downside on this? Because this is a 3-day time frame bearish engulfing here that has not finished validating yet. Some downside is starting to show up a little bit, but now I'm getting kind of a zigzag. I'm getting an indecision monthly, actually. Let me see, or a weekly or something. I think if it holds the weekly low, then we're good to go. Yeah, that weekly low is really right there at around 609.91 to that 612.98. That's where I think the entry overall could be for a long play. But let me see. Oh, you got it, Destiny? Good. I'm going to pull up something else, and you may like this. So I'm going to pull up the Gaussian bands. So let's take a look at how far away we are in the shorter time frame. Let's look at the 5-day, 3-day, all of those, right? Let's see where we are. Daily time frame Gaussian. Oh, dude. Okay. So yeah, daily time frame Gaussians are right at the entry, and this is the breakout. We never came back to validate the Gaussian exit. So now if we look historically, anytime we do break out of the Gaussian bands, we come back to validate that support and bounce to the upside yet again. So we fail this. We test the mid band here and we fail it. We resist from the mid band and we come back up. Oh my goodness. This broke out, never tested the Gaussian top on a daily, and that could be right around where we could be facing that support bottom. And let's see, rotate from tech possible into defensive. Oh, geez. Okay. That's what this is. I got you. So now let me look at the 12-hour time frame and 8-hour time frame Gaussian. Yeah, the sweet spot will be the daily time frame Now, because that's appearing there, now I want to see the reversion variance too. So this one, I'm not gonna lie, it's a little bit of a tough one because it does have downside present, and it does have, oh, look at this. So yeah, your reversion variant is giving you the bottom side of right around that inflection point that we're speaking of. So this is, in other words, this was a 2 standard deviation reversion, and this is potentially finding some resistance, right? The immediate short-term upside that we're looking at, followed by the downside that we're looking at into reversion. So this would be the complete mean reversion play to test the mid before we can consider a continuation to the upside. And that was already being given to us by the daily time frame linear volatility. We went into that very close into that critical point and reverted, right? So now we're just about there, and we got to see what's going to happen here next. I agree completely. The range here that I'm looking at would be anywhere between 607.36 to about 613.01, and that would be the area where we would need to close and validate support before a continuation to the upside. Right in here, the focus area could be 609.91 at the very range low. So this, in other words, just like I always tell you, right? I always tell you this. I tend to find the best entries at inflection. Okay, so those entries are very dangerous because at any point you could also fail them, right? But so do not take that lightly. The fact that I am looking at potential entries at inflection points does not mean that you should, and does not mean that you should, and does not mean that you should. Okay, because if you don't have your risk management in play, then there could be some serious implications to your trading portfolio, and you don't want to do that. Yeah, of course. So they're CoinFox said, but those are also lower risk entries too. That's right, because this is, we're potentially saying that this could be, and the educated guess is that this could be the floor, right? Meaning that your downside there is not as likely to continue than you gaining entry from your initial entry that we were looking at 616.86. Notice how over time, by observing the chart, we eventually reached down here, and then just about 5 minutes ago or 2 minutes ago, we ended up validating a complete mean reversion. So everything is confluent to each other. So damn. And, and yeah, that's right. So CoinFox is saying, if you're wrong, you'll know fast. I will also get stopped out fast too, though, so it'll be no sweat off my back. It's just, it was an incorrect guess. We come back to the drawing board, reposition, and the rest is history, right? So no, it's really no problem there. Right, so guys, I'm gonna chew on this tum right here, right now, with the mic off. So just know that I'm looking directly at you, chewing this tum. Okay, hold on. Okay, so now what we could do is, since we know that this is a higher probability move to revert all the way back down to its true mean, then let's start looking at the RSI, right? Because notice how I'm telling you that we could pump to the upside, then face a downside. Notice how the RSI has the SMA 14 above, where we can use as resistance and continuation. Right, so now what we want to do is see on the macro time frames, 5-day, 3-day, weekly, even monthly, where the RSI is the RSI signal is in comparison to the SMA 14. I'm expecting the RSI signal to be above the SMA 14. Hopefully, it's some type of gravitational zone. Hopefully, the supporting one, not the resisting one. So that let's just see. Let's go up to the buy daily. Well, there it is. And where's your RSI signal sitting? It's right at 62.5%. You're in the gravitational zone here, right? So this can pull price action down, and guess where your SMA 14 is located? It's about to hit the freaking 58%, right? Yeah. So you're looking at rejection of gravitation, right? You'll come right back down here, support from gravitation and the simple moving average. Short-term downside, bounce to the upside. We just validated the potential bottom side here in the daily time frame. Wow. Mean reversion, right? So that, like I said, I'm still holding this with high credit. 607.81 to 612.85 with a 609.91 focus. I think that we'll be able to play a nice play long within the next. It has a 13.43. This may be entry at tomorrow market end or something. I don't know. This could be tomorrow because it's so damn volatile. So, but yeah. CoinFox saying if it fails, I'd say the gap below gets filled. We're ready for both sides, boys. Yeah, absolutely. This gap here that he's speaking of is right in the zone of 599.04 to about 593.37. That would be your next gap area to consider retouching, right? It hasn't been filled, right? So, and also, team, please remember that only because a gap isn't filled doesn't mean that it has to be filled, right? You can keep a gap open for the rest of its life. We don't have to fill it. It's just it really depends on psychology if we're going to fill it. Also, it depends on a potential back test here. So you got to look at your daily time frame gap fills and see if we have, right? Because I can tell you right now that I'm not sure that we can reach down to this gap here, right? And this hasn't been filled yet, and that's a bottom side of 558.28. In other words, an 80-point move to the downside, I'm not sure is the most likely thing, or 60 to 70 points. Also this gap here. Do you think we have the potential to reach 502? Actually, do we have the potential to reach 455? 455 from $628? Like, I mean, dude. No, I at least in the immediate short term, I really don't think so. Anything can happen in the markets. Yes. And then here's another gap, right over here. That's a 411 bottom, and we're at $628. Like, guys, I just know that gaps do not have to be filled. They can stay the way they are for the rest of their lives, and they're chilling, right? The SPY has gaps downstairs for years, so meaning inflections upon inflections and support levels, right? We're just gonna bet the downside every single time. It's like, we're gonna get along here. No, the next one. No, the next one. Average down. Hell no. Oh my goodness, man. Good stuff. Chat, what is good, my bro? Good to see you here. Hope everything is okay, my brother. But dude, this could be a nice little long play, man. This has a huge average true range. We're looking at ticker symbol LLY here. We could play the downside too, because the downside has like probably 20 points to the downside where we can look at, right? So we're very close to a critical support area that's matched with the with a Gaussian band bottom, with the with a daily mean reversion. Danielle, have a good night. I will catch you in the AM, and several other things. A bunch of unmentionables, right? But yeah, there's a really nice area here for us to consider. I will say that we may experience a day or two of consolidation before we can make this break, but that would be move up to here like this, then support bottom here, then resistance from this box range here. We could be consolidating here to validate this support before continuing on the upside, then validating the next area of chop right before we can actually get that nice little break and validation to the upside here, and then we should move onward and upward, right? So this could be around what the market cycles could be suggesting. All right, so definitely know that there is some work to be done here, but we know the potential direction of the asset, and this could be it here. Ian saying, take care. See you in the AM, my brother. Please be safe. All right, we got to finger the boys already. All right, I think you're right. Let's go ahead and give a quick little analysis here to my brothers ESK and Jay Abrams. And Ian, are you actually in FNGR? I know you're about to go right now, but if you are in FNGR, I'm going to give a quick little outlook here for the team and see what we have, right? So let me see. Ian is typing. I'm going to show him. Sorry, guys. What you're observing here is actually my experiment into observing RSI in a different way. In fact, it's completely modular. You can observe RSI in several different ways, right? So you can remove the background the background bands that tell you where you are within the RSI. It also has your slope and your RSI values on pane, and yeah, you can actually, yeah. But yeah, I'm just trying to remove the indicator here to see if there's any other ways to observe RSI, even if it has to be where you remove the background, right? But this has the mid balance point with orange, right? Green is in the blue's the green, and the purple's the red. No, sir. Sold up and waiting for a better entry. I'm here until the stream is over. I was telling Danielle good night. Ian, okay, thank you, brother. So chat is saying, good to see you, brother. Thanks for doing this. You're awesome. The space I listened to was good, too. Dude, thank you so much for saying that. I really hope... ¿Qué onda ese? Bro, you've made it in. Your internet connection was... you got to pay the damn bill. Hold on. Let me put you on to the YouTube so they can hear you. ¿Qué onda, cabrón? What's up, bro? How you doing, man? How was Costco?
Into Costco.
You didn't go?
Yeah.
Dude, Ian was saying no, bro. That you weren't at Costco. He was saying he was actually doing some shopping in a big metal black cylinder off the coast of somewhere, you know? So
Oh yeah, no, that ain't me. That's Theo.
Hey man, listen, if that were
dude, if I had
go ahead.
If I had that, I wouldn't be here.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. I was about to say that, man, if he's driving around a sub, he's probably not here.
Yeah, I'm so sure I'd be trading shitty stocks if I had a big black tube.
Yeah, it's like, what are we doing here trading these stocks?
I have a big brown tube, I mean.
Oh, damn, dude. Dude, I need you to watch out with Meta, man. We looked at it earlier, and it does feel bullish, but it feels like it's bullish for one more push to the upside before it faces some ridiculous crap, dude. Hold on, where the hell did I have that?
Oh yeah, all these stocks are like that. They all have like one or two more pushes, and then they're gonna crap out.
They're gonna
I'm talking like tomorrow.
I think we have a push into like 390 to 400 tomorrow. I think I said 396 ish, right? So we're looking at an what is this? An 8 hour, $8 move in the daily. Let's see, that was 813. Yeah. I think tomorrow we may have a push. We may have a push into close to 400 or 400, right? 396.7, and and potentially, but yeah, that's still a big ass move to the upside. So we could play long, followed by some downside on this. But dude, yeah, I will say this, that if it starts breaking, serious highs over here, because Meta, I forgot what the team said, but we already had the dates for earnings on that. Where the hell was Meta? No, that was February 1st, right? Or February. It's not this month. I think it was.
Yeah, but you know how I trade earnings. I don't give a crap.
Yeah. So what I mean is, like, if we're gonna be prepping the upside here, and we really do reach 409 by February 1st or something, then we're gonna know how to react to that, because it's likely gonna be a reversion, zigzaggy to overall to the downside. 14 points up, 14 points down, 14 points up, then down. all to the downside. But yeah, it doesn't matter the direction of the earnings play, because it doesn't matter anymore. Everybody got tricked into thinking that earnings beat is beat and earnings miss is a miss. Hell no. It's just, and Netflix was the biggest example of that, like 6-7 months ago.
You gotta remember, earnings doesn't matter. Guidance matters.
The guidance matters. That's right.
That's one thing people get wrong. It doesn't matter what it does for earnings.
It does not matter.
Nope.
Completely agree,
guidance
team.
That's what moves it. That's why people say, "Well, it had a great earnings. Why'd it move down?" Oh, because guidance sucked.
It lost 22 points today, but that doesn't mean it's not going to go to its all-time high later. It just means that you got screwed. Oh, goodness gracious. But dude, here's an interesting play coming up, man. Ticker symbol LLY, daily time frame.
Yeah, I've been looking at LLY for a while.
Right,
it's been
look
on
at
the breakout.
1343. I think we could play this short tomorrow, right? We have a huge potential, 10 to 15.
I just don't like how it moves.
Huh?
I just don't like how it moves. That's all.
I was telling everybody that it zigzags a lot, dude, and this is also $600. Like, damn. So this could be the trajectory. I think we get resistance tomorrow, somewhere around 631.23, around there. Get that pullback into the inflection zone of 609.91. We can consolidate here between 609 and around 619-ish, right? And then really start breaking upside of this, and then create this upside pressure. but it's looking like it's starting to prepare something. But the downside here is more likely than not in the immediate short term. That's one. I think upon looking at Nvidia, there's a short-term upside on this before we face some downside. But dude, look at this 5-minute time frame. How powerful this is. This is massive. So I'm not sure what we're gonna do as far as the news of over the weekend, right? Where they were saying that Marvel Electronics, the semiconductor manufacturer is may take the reins here over someone like Nvidia. I'm not sure how likely that is, but there could be some pressure to the downside in the immediate short term. That's resistance from that potential after hours high of 596 on Friday to the reversion of 590 to the resistance of 597 at the 2.272 and then pull back. Right, so that's what could be happening here, and it could be a little bit of a fake out on this little bull flag, right? We'll get that bull flag top 297 resistance and just pull it back. I'm not sure that it'll reach all the way to $600, but anything's possible. But it's there. Nvidia could be a nice play. This will have a very smooth downside if we do get a downside. You know what I mean? What I mean, Jelly Bean. So actually, you know what? Yeah. Thanks for reminding me, bro. I should give this to, because I know that they might be in the east coast, right? So let me do that for the team real quick. And are you joking, man? Come on, we're not looking at the finger.
Yeah, finger, you're screwed,
dude.
Yeah,
guys, 246. Team, people are already talking about loading at 130. Okay, here's the thing. You're about to fail. You're already wicking below this invalidation zone of 253. Okay, 253 is critical because that was not only the first low and touchdown before ripping all the way to $7, but that is also the highs right in here of May 1st, 2023. Right, that area right there of $2.52. You start closing a minimum 4-hour candle below that. Your inflection is not going to be pretty. You're going to be looking at a 208 to 192 support as a temporary area to bounce and validate this top side of 240. So that 240 to around 245 or 250, that's going to be now your acting resistance for this thing to capitulate back into this area here. This is my target for you right in here, 171. Right. So if you are, YouTube is not receiving whatever. Guys in YouTube, I'm not sure if you're still there, but please let me know that you are there. Let me know that you are still there, YouTube. And Discord, are you there? Discord, you here? All right, cool.
Yeah.
But YouTube, let me know that you're still there. ESKJ, let me type something in there. I wonder if they can even hear me.
YouTube. Hello.
There we go. Are you in our... There we go. Thanks, Coin Fox. Appreciate you, buddy. So, yeah, you guys. Another thing that we want to take a look at here is that you have the. Oh my goodness! Here is the most important signal of it all, and it deserves a whole brand new chart just for you, Fngr. Okay, so this is your get the hell out of the market immediately before I really start seeing not a 70% loss. That before I actually start seeing a 95% loss. Okay, I need you to watch out with this. Okay, I'm gonna just pull up something that's very important for you. Averages, and let's just pull the menu up here and just get rid of a couple of things here for you, right? And yeah, so the SMA 10-2, let's get that out of the way. Go ahead and notice what's happening there, team. You see what's happening there? This is your SMA 200, this is your SMA 50. Please tell me what in the world that means. Chat in both areas, please go ahead and type in what that means and tell me if it's important or not in the time frame that you're observing. Okay, so go ahead and let me know. Master students, whoever you are, please go ahead and type in your answers right now. So Ian's saying that is a death cross. And that's right, team. That's right. So you are looking you are looking at that Willie is gonna be pissed. Oh, dude, he is not gonna be happy about this, you guys. Okay, this is not okay. We're getting a daily time frame triple moving average crossover to the downside, right? This means that your SMA 5 is crossing beneath your what was it? I have the condition set around the 20 and the 30, I believe. So then you have your SMA 50 crossing below your SMA 200 on a daily. That marks off, and not only the fact that you have price action below the SMA 200, but that usually means that it's on bear territory as long as you are facing price action below the 200 on a daily time frame. Okay, so what do you mean such viewers are experiencing buffering? Stop with the crap. I'm going to get rid of this thing here, and hopefully we can make it better with our internet read here. Okay. So yeah, this is a general piece of knowledge. It's just when you're above the 200 on the daily, it's generally bullish, right? When you're below the 200 on the daily, it's generally bearish. But when you're this far away from the 200 on a daily, it's pretty bearish. Okay, so you're at 246. The 403 is your mark for the SMA 200, and the SMA 50 is now inching that downside, right? So this is a death cross, and it's known as a very, very traditional moving average strategy that favors the bears. Okay, team. So I need you to be very, very, very careful over your position. Okay, I cannot tell you what to do. I cannot tell you what to say. I can't do any of that. Okay, team. But there's huge. There's still huge downside probability on this, and I really don't want to see you there. Okay. Let's go ahead and take a look at a macro time frame here on a weekly time frame, and even a monthly, right? I want to see what it has for us, right? So, already reaching 2 standard deviations on a weekly. Let's look at the monthly. Damn. Okay, the monthly mean is at 341, and damn, it's you don't even want to know what that downside is over there. Let's look at the biweekly. The biweekly is actually giving you a dollar 97 cent bottom. And that is actually very confluent to this bottom side here of around $1. I'm not saying that it's going there. I'm just saying that it's this would technically be 2 standard deviations from this mean. That is the biggest 2 standard deviation move I've ever seen in my life, right? But contraction will happen here, and it may get closer to the 126 zone. Actually, let me see. Wow. Yeah. So yeah, this is probably about to start kind of doing one of these numbers here, right? So it still has a little bit more of upside. This probably has another 2 weeks of downside here. It could average out right at about 130, 120, 125 to 130, and then continue on its implied curve, right? So something like that, because it's a bi-weekly time frame read.
Load GTI at 10 cents and Fngr at $1.
Say it again, buddy. No te oí.
Think of the positive side. You can load GTI at 10 cents and Fngr at $1.
Dude.
And swing it up.
Let's go.
That'd be killer right there.
You and I have already said that before too, dude. We were gonna load like crazy.
Yeah, I don't like shit stock, but dude, that's like a bargain.
Oh my god! Because of the psychological implications behind that, dude. I never. My goodness, dude. That thing's gonna have an ATR of like 0.004 into $10 in one day.
Yeah.
Volatility. Yeah, I'm getting mad errors here on the tube. Not sure that I'm still streaming on there, but I hope that you guys can still hear me, team. Immediate short-term time frame on this stock. Yeah, hourly time frame. Actually, I'm not gonna watch the variant here. I'm just gonna pull up the an LRC on this and see what it has for the immediate short. Right. So hourly time frame SMA 50 could be the overall guide here. Right. So that's upon getting that death cross on the hourly time frame, which, by the way, we saw back here days and days and days and days and days ago, right? We started testing that 50 along the way down, right? So we may get another touch of the 50, but we would have to really combat the top side of 270 in order for us to get into that 275 zone. Okay, so know that the average true range on this is probably really small, as the immediate short term is starting to contract, right? So Let's pull up the ATR here and see what it has on a daily. So average true range daily time frame for FNGR is around 30 cents. So yeah, so four is 270. 270 is even way more bullish than I ever thought. It's sitting at 264 right now. So that means that yeah, I'm okay. Well, 275 to 290, which is the prior day high around 285. That's your top side team, and that would be the resistance of the 12-hour time frame. Your 12-hour time frame linear regression channel. I definitely doubt that we would be able to reach the 12-hour the 12-hour SMA 50. I just need you to notice this. Look, we have bearish engulfing followed by bearish engulfing. Like these are several iterations of just negative, right? So this is really, really, really bad. Okay, team. So let me even look at this. Even in the hourly time frame, we may be able to catch something stupidly. I hope. I hope it's not nefarious, but yeah, let's look at the signals here for a potential market manipulation of some sort. I'm going to pull up Composure and see what it has for manipulation signals. And I'll start it off even on the 4-hour, and that's not usual for me to do, right? Because manipulation doesn't usually appear there. And here we're going to go ahead and edit the signals here. We're gonna release everything else except the manipulation signal. So we'll go ahead and just add the yellow cross, and we'll put it at the bottom for us to consider. Let's get rid of the moving averages as well, so that we get only the reads of manipulation. Okay, so on Friday, this was one enormous strike of manipulation there. So we have on the 4. That leads me. Hold on. What's the 6-hour saying? 6-hour was Tuesday, and Friday and Thursday right before that. Let me see the 8-hour time frame. That was on Friday the 12th and Thursday the 11th. These are macro time frames, team. 12 hours is not. This is blatant, right? It's a huge bearish engulfing here. 12-hour with a huge strike of manipulation. The daily time frame. So the conditions here are a lot of conditions in order for us to meet a type of manipulation signal, especially firing off on these time frames. That's really not the best look in the world, right? So let's drop down to the 3-hour time frame, which has Tuesday the 16th. Let's look at the bi-hourly time frame. That also has Tuesday the 16th. Several iterations on that Tuesday, whatever that was there. Tuesday the 9th. Are we noticing confluence signals here? So this is Wednesday the 17th, and this was Thursday the 11th. 15-minute time frame is showing that this was on Wednesday, the 17th, just last week. 10-minute time frame, 2 strikes on the 17th. This was end of day into post-market hours. This was another strike on Friday, so now that marks 2. On Friday, and this is one back in Wednesday. So Wednesday has a lot, and Tuesday has a lot. So there's several iterations of those strikes in over Tuesday and primarily Friday now, I guess. So look at this. This is the Wednesday 17th again, and this is Friday the 12th. So I can continue into micro timeframes, which is usually where it's more likely to show up. Right, Thursday the 11th here and Thursday the 4th there. So just know that this is. As of late, it has been completely mangled with, right? So this is Wednesday the 17th. Let's go to the minute time frame here. This is Wednesday the 17th again. This is Wednesday the 17th again. It looks like Wednesday was one of the heaviest times of manipulation signals, right? So this is again 30-second time frame. They are different in the time too. They are not placed in the same place. They are several seconds apart. So this is another 2 on the 17th, and this is Tuesday again, right? So these micro time frames, remember, they're look at that. That was on Friday. This was 5 minutes before market close. Price action, just like it's in the PDF manual for this, it tells you short-term upside before capitulation. And it definitely did. It came all the way down to 254 before it retraced 10 whole cents. And damn. and another 2 on the 10-second reads. Right. So this is damn it, man. So several strikes on Friday for FNGR team. I when you're observing this kind of behavior, it's more and more likely for this to continue on its downside, right? So you're gonna say that there could be I don't didn't it release negative earnings too? Didn't it have a really bad a read? I'm not sure. I'm asking you, and because I don't know. I'm not really following FNGR as much. CoinFox saying anyone here that's not in our Discord and asking for tickers, you should intermediately join the Discord. Arca helps you all a day for $10 a month. CoinFox is saying you don't have to wait to catch him on YouTube. You get him 24/7. Come on, man. And thank you, brother. That means a lot, bro. Thank you so much. 12-month range, $1, LOA. Stay away. In your opinion, nice. Yeah, team. I think that what happened I was asking what happened to the earnings report for Fngr. I heard that I don't want to say that I know this, but I heard that it had a negative read. Is that true? Did it have an earnings miss? And if you do know, just go ahead and share it in the chat. But I think it may have. Okay, so YouTube, please go ahead and consider hitting on that link and joining the Arca Bulls trading team, where you can actually see some of the members here live with me right now. And this is where I'm going to be trading live in the dark tomorrow, right? So I'm going to see you in the market, in the pre-market, followed by going dark and coming to trade here with the team. Okay, so let me just go ahead and come back here and saying Damon is saying earnings Fngr were below expectations. So out of Fngr at 471 and not following. Good. Cyber sold out at 471. Good, brother. So team, I would heed extreme caution here. Okay, because the overall trend appears to be a continuous one. And I will say it again, I do expect this to be sub $2 into the areas of maybe around that bottom side of 171 into 184 over the next maybe week. Okay, so this could be an area where you could slow that rate of loss down. Okay, do not average your position. Okay, because this is you're only going to speed up how much you're losing at a your rate of loss is going to increase drastically, and that's not the right way of doing things. Okay, team, I would try to get some of my family and tell them, hey guys, like you are, or friends, right? I would notice them in their positions, and they're losing positions, and I would say, man, if you're knowing that the downside is the more obvious direction and price, try, and you're bullish on the asset still, sure, don't miss out on the greatest opportunity in the world. I get it, I know, but remove 30%, remove 40%, whatever it is, and then better position that, right? If you know you're going to continue to the downside, you're going to lose that 30-40% anyway. Remove it, take it out of the pool, take it out of your risk, right? And then if you feel still certain that this could continue to the upside, reposition that 30 or 40% later, and you will absolutely see a huge change in your cost basis, right? You can also adjust the lower cost basis by removing risk too. It's not only by buying, right? So Cryptic is saying right there, Arca is a shill, right? So I am the Kramer, right? I am Ken Griffin. I own Citadel Securities. I'm short every asset. No, team, no, it's not like that. So I'm just trying to tell you the honest truth, just trying to tell you how math works against you when you're averaging down and down on a losing trade, right? Consider doing not that, because that's what everyone else does, okay? Calculate the math, learn the probabilities, and learn your price action, and you will see for yourself. You will be enlightened, okay, team? So I can't express to you how much of a dangerous play this is turning out to be from the break of 401 or 385 to be exact. But yeah, CoinFox saying, and when you hold that, ties up funds that you could use elsewhere too, right? Absolutely, that could be your artillery to gain somewhere else. Cryptic Trader saying, but 1 million though. Like, dude, I know, man. That was absolutely my dead belief when I was in AMC, right? We were all, a lot of us were apes. We were diamond handing like crazy. but we were also diamond handing into the beginning of what was the deepest correction in I don't know how long, right? So we're not going to survive that, team. We need to know where our market cycles are. We need to know where we are as far as price. So I just gave you a macro analysis. I gave you a short-term analysis and an immediate short-term analysis on this. So please be careful. Cryptic, hit me, baby.
Nada.
Nada. So that's
Just
the
saying, see, man. Like, Fngr is one of those where people are still holding on. Like, AMC people are still holding on. I mean, Fngr can recover a little bit, but,
yeah.
not worth it.
Yeah, it's just and then when it recovers a little bit, it'll be like one of those shots that I spoke about with GTII, right? The thing was trading at $5. I was calling a 33-cent I was calling a 33-cent bottom. I was followed by a lot of people and hated by a lot of people, and that bottom side was required to make a huge upside, right? So right when we were at $1.50, I remember people saying, are you still thinking that it could bounce to the upside? You're saying that there could be a setup here. And I said, yeah, man, I think that there could be a setup here, but you're going to have to face some more pain. But if you want to recover some of those losses, you may be able to in the coming weeks. And, we ran that three-day stochastic momentum versus historical volatility, and it showed a huge potential upside. And from that, it dropped. I got closer to the target. I said 47 cents. The thing dropped to 45. The signal fired right at around that 50 to 60 cent zone. And then I said the signal's on. This thing is about to rip. We're going to rip. The probabilities are this and this and that. The upper bound targets on the absolute ceiling were like above $18. And it was starting off at around 300% upsides, and we happened to reach a 560% recovery from 45 to $3, $2.98. And this is where I was telling the team, I was telling the guys that were following me, I was saying, hi guys, I wouldn't bet on a $9 recovery. Try not to wait for those moonshots. You have an opportunity to gain back so much of what you had. You'll never be here again, or if we do continue to the upside, we would need this and this and this to happen. And I would put out the videos, saying the conditions for a continuation to the upside, but they were just never met. Those conditions were always failed, and they were always they were coming short. And although they were really close, that doesn't mean anything. The absolute condition needed to be met or else, and unfortunately they weren't. But I have a feeling that there could be a situation here where FNGR reaches a critical low before a massive upside, and then another major correction. And I don't want to bear witness that, because I know that I'll say these things, and even still, I know that a lot of retail will oppose that and try to long the ticker anyway, and that's it's just the charts are saying what they're saying, and having the negative catalyst on it, that leads into a greater rating for the bears. They would say, okay, now we have a negative catalyst. I tell you guys too, we have a catalyst here. We have a downside play or an upside play. This is now outside of a C plus trade. We're into the B plus to A minus. The Tesla play, the Tesla play that we put out was an A plus trade, short, right? So that thing had all the catalyst statistics showing a downside. The signal just fired, and it's an 83% probability that it'll drop another 30 points from here, literally from where we are. Another. So I need you to be careful in the markets, team. It's you need to know where you are. You need to know where you but yeah, I try to teach my master's students that, man. We're just going over things like this right now. So let's see. Please, sir, may I have a source? FGCV, buddy. Sorry, man. What do you mean by a source? Like what I'm speaking on here? If you're asking if I'm pulling out this data from somewhere, I'm not. This is me. I am your source. So I've played both statistically to the upside and the downside on these stocks, and conditionally this asset still has a way to go, right? Even if you're looking at this in just the simplest form, like breaking regression, right? You have this right over here, right? So arguably speaking, you're here at an inflection right now, right? So if you're looking at something like this, which is very very primitive, right? So oh, gotcha, my bro. I'm sorry about that. I thought you were asking me. Um, so if you're looking at this, that means that the downside here on a 5-day time frame, which is going to be over by market close Tuesday, your bottom side would be around $2.33. I specifically remember talking to you about that target just around 10-15 minutes ago, right? It just so happens to be this regression. This is not the best way to trade. This is not, in fact, diagonal lines in trading in general is kind of frowned upon, right? So don't take this the way that I'm showing you. I'm just trying to display to you what could be looked at in a different perspective. One more thing, okay? One more thing. Let's go ahead and add another regression here. Okay, so if this is the other regression, let's meet this line here, right? So if this is the case, then this is technically a bear pennant because we have a downside here followed by price convergence. And if that's the case, then we are at 65% to the apex of the triangle. 65 to 75% is your typical breakdown for this formation, okay? The downside of this formation is scary, okay? So if we were to look at a breakout or breakdown, from this point here, which would be around the early part of February, your first psychological target on this based on that breakdown would be around 89 cents, 90 cents, just about a buck. And it's confluent to this area here, 101, right? So this would be your first zone upon a breakdown and failure of this area that we're currently about to test right now, right? So that's your first target. Know that the triangle family, you can take 3 different targets, right? The center of the triangle is your other implied or psychological price objective, right? So that would be right about here. Let's apply it in that same place-ish, right? Let's just get it out of the way. And this would indicate a 53-cent bottom. And I don't know that it can get down there, right? Anything's possible in the markets, right? And your last and less probable target would be from the very, very back side of the triangle, right? So this would be looked at like this here. So we apply it to this breakdown here, and we just move it slightly to the side, and that's suggesting its all-time low, almost to the penny. 1720 to 1644. It's under a penny, right? So if that's the case, then this is us validating a potential macro continuation formation, right? Because when you have a macro downside like this, and then you have convergence of price, that means that this is your bear pennant. And this is a continuation formation. So when this formation is built during an upside, right? So let's just say that this were, let's just pretend, right? Let's say that this were built right. Let's just say that this was it right here, right? This is your bull pennant for a continuation up, right? So they're conditional. They are very conditional, and that's the behavior psychologically speaking, right? So I mean, if you want to take it further, we could. The closing of this candle is not quite there yet, so let's take a range low to range high geometric. And you guys already know that I tend to use the 618 targets or the 272 targets a lot. The bottom side of my target, which is set to 88.73, is matching very nicely to the 81.94 or 82 cents of the 3 spot 272. So there is confluence here, geometrically speaking. Now, between this area here, I would say 53 would, it's not really, it's looking at the split between the 3 spot 618 and the 4 spot 236. So that would be your 50% of returns right at that point. And the bottom side target, the only way for us to get that downside would be to use the closing of this five-day candle, which could be tomorrow. So let's just say it did reach 230 and take this inverse fib to the downside. Then the 3 spot 272 is suggesting almost a 15 or 13.48 cent. That is your gap range. And notice how your 618s are kind of matching too, right? Your 272 is looking pretty confluent, 106 to 129, 618s. Right, so you can see how geometrics works on upper and lower timeframes to each other as well, as long as the mathematics are followed in price action. So despite the fact that there is a lot of sentiment, it's still moving based on algorithm. It's still algorithmically traded. Okay, so this is a very dangerous asset moving forward here, team. The downside is really, really big. Okay, so I would consider, I would consider exiting in an orderly fashion. But that's going to do it for Fngr there, team. The last one here, let's just go ahead and take a look at Tesla and really take a look at the play coming up. Because if we're going to focus on anything with Tesla, it's definitely going to be the bi-daily read that we got, right? So please remember, this was a serious condition that we were looking for. We were looking for the break of the moving average and the volatility component upside of the 15% of critical volatility contraction. We got it. This is a fired signal. Now, what I'm worried about is this. I'm worried about this here. I'm worried about this. Okay? Notice what happened here. It just went bam. Right over here too. Just completely rejected. Right there too. Rejected. I don't want that to be the case here. But remember that the stats are not based right at the opening of the signal, because the signal has, let's go over those, let's go over the math here real fast. This is, 35 total iterations where volatility, like I just said, reached that critical contraction, and then you had that explosion outside of the contraction, right, to the expansion. That occurrence has happened 35 times throughout the entire trading history of the Tesla asset by daily time frame. 29 of those times were guessed correctly to the downside. That gives us, that ratio there gives us an 82.86% probability that we would get a breakdown or a mean of a decline of minus 14.7% over this time frame, 31.21 days on average. Okay, now the targets that I'm really looking for first are actually based around the 68% of the results or the performers based around your standard deviation, a decline of minus 9.90%. And the lower bound of the first standard deviation would actually give me a better read too. A decline of minus 4.81% are the more realistic targets to start observing first. And if we can get a decline starting either tomorrow or Tuesday, then that would fire off a complete breakdown. A minus 14.7% move on Tesla is equivalent to 30 to 40 points. So, yeah, there is a potential to observing a 160, 170, 180 target of Tesla. It could reach into critical lows. And we're already getting speculation on seeking alpha. They are saying that the downside on Tesla, in fact, I'm going to go ahead and pull up to you from the Discord channel here for the YouTube team as well. I'm going to go ahead and go into the Arca Lounge, or was it on Strategy Plays? I think I shared it. Let's see. I think it was Strategy Plays. So, yeah, there it is. So let me go ahead and pull up on the browser here, right? And also show the Discord team what, I know that you guys already saw this, right? But let's just kind of be on the same page. So this is for you, Discord, and take a look at this. So this is must reads. I thought it was Seeking Alpha. Sorry. So this is showing that we have a Tesla sell-off likely to accelerate on week Q4 reportings, right? So we're already getting some negative. We're already getting negative potentials for the price action on Tesla. So that's that's not looking like the best that could happen here. Damon saying thanks for the lesson and explaining the psychology of FNGR again. I have finally realized how true what you have been saying all along is, dude. Oh my goodness, yeah. And somebody actually reached out to me and thanked me because they I think the first sign that he saw the break on GTI below 4302, where I said if we break 4302, we are looking at testing 29 cents first, validating 37, dropping down to 18, validating 25, and dropping down to 981 to 1098 at a daily gap that no one sees. He actually said that he pulled his profits at the break of 4302, and he came to thank me personally on Twitter because he said I saved him $45,000 in losses. And I was completely humbled to hear that, and I was very, very happy to hear that I was able to be part of saving someone's hard-earned money over his whatever his time is. It's just I'm not speaking. I'm not speaking of from a shill's perspective. I'm speaking from a chart's perspective, and just whatever it says is whatever I'm trying to deliver to you. See me as merely a messenger, and that's all. That's all I really am. I'm not anything else other than just somebody who's speaking the glyphs into your ears, and that's it. Because after all, it is kind of a glyph to a lot of people. It's literally the equivalence of going into ancient Egypt and going into one of the tombs and trying to read what they're saying. It's very few people can do that. So if I can be that hieroglyph reader for you, then I'm happy to be of service. So yeah, team, I'm looking at those drops, and if I have here the declines for us to observe, then I believe I have it in this chart here for a breakdown. Yeah, I do. Here are the targets. So based on the signal firing, 199.72 is the first target to observe. 189.07 is your 68% of the performers. By the way, the first target, the 199.72, that's your lower bound of the first standard deviation. This is your 68% standard deviation read, and the average breakdown, what your mean, would be this 14.70 at 179.10. Now, just in case we have any breakdowns that are in between either of these or lower than the lowest mean potential, I have also calculated that for us. I definitely have the calculations of the upper and lower bounds of the first, second, and third standard deviation. Okay, so know that we have that available to us as well. So if this thing rips beyond 15%, where are we going? Right? Well, we have the upper bound of 24. Let's look at that 24.60% target, see where we're going there. Right? If we beat this 24, then we got the 34. Then we got the 44. Right? So this is going to start becoming the grain and distortion starts adding at the bounds of the fourth standard deviation. So viable metrics would be considered strictly around a standard deviation into the third, and probably nothing before that. Although I will tell you that I used with complete accuracy, I used the 12th standard deviation on ticker symbol STAL about 2 months ago. It was pretty scary. Definitely didn't bet on it. Right? I did not open any position on that, but it was interesting to say the very least that it came into the target within 0.001 cents of it. Man, it was almost a miracle. But math is math. It'll do what other things won't do for you. Okay, so yeah, team, for the immediate short term on Tesla, let's look at this. Right, so like I said earlier, right, we were breaking what is that? Why do you do that? See that? That is really weird. Yeah, maybe I just need to, I don't know, maybe I just need to restart my trading view, but whatever. I'm just, there's a lot of weirdness happening, right? So yeah, I was speaking about closing right in between these bands here. So we could be seeing an upside continuation on Tesla even still, right? Potentially test a 213.19 into around a 213.60, right? Or 70. Right around there, we'll get a potential pullback based on these resistance ranges here. And that pullback, we're going to have to first speculate on the closing candle beneath that linear regression bottom, right, of around 213. It looks like 80, 88. So upon getting that validation, team will then start looking at the downside play here. And please remember that if you're not trading shares on Tesla, if you're trading options, then your downside moves are going to be shorter lived before realization, right? If you're playing shares, then you can look at that 1380 and get short the asset and just literally wait for its average true range to realize over its day, cover position, and resume on the following day and compound those gains, right? Because holding levered instruments overnight is probably not the best idea, right? You're talking about margin on short, and you are speaking about a volatility based levered options contract. So can't do that. Can't do those, right? Hourly time frame is showing a little bit of upside. However, we're starting to look a little overbought and starting to curve to the downside here on stochastics. This is in the gravitational zone. We could potentially face a little bit of a downside here. Gravitational bounce and then continue that upside here. So if we're looking at moving averages in the immediate short, then that would probably mean an EMA 9 bounce, right? So from that 211.67, maybe even to the SMA 10 of 211.18, followed by that continuation to the upside, resist from the hourly time frame SMA 50 or even your SMA 20, and then get a reversion from there and continuation to the downside. This is bull exhaustion. It doesn't look so prominent to me, but we'll see. We'll see. But yeah, now we know that the signal has fired. We want to just make sure that we can continue to the downside, and then we know the overall direction of the trade. And that's all we need to do. We just need to know the direction, and that's it. Tesla currently at 214. Let's see. Where is the 214 in relation to this here? So, oh, damn. Right. It's like right at the resistance. Arguably right here, since it's this, 214.14 is right at the top side of this area. Damn. Yeah, we have to see what's up here. Interesting. Thanks, buddy. Thanks for sharing that with me. That 24 hours thing is really kind of shifting price into so many different types of we have to just be super clever, right? Because we're seeing the price action play out when it's not supposed to play out, which is I'm sure that's something that the people that started noticing the markets shifting around the addition of 0D contracts, that also shifted price action into way different probabilities. But yeah, all we have to do is be reactive to what price is doing. We'll short the resistance. We'll along the supports as long as we do have confirmations and validations of the play. Then we'll be good. Please remember not to FOMO into this asset team. This will completely ruin your portfolio if it's not treated right. Right? Quentin Fox, not the biggest fan of Apple myself, as it has a tiny little range. I think it's a very slow mover. This is moving at around 330 on average, right? This is, technically the daily resistance is here, right? That was the target we were observing on on Friday, I think, or Thursday or Friday. So that 191, the resistance was 191.42 to 191.72. It reached the top side of around 191.96. And this appears to have some type of, well, let me see the 4 hour, right? Because this, actually it's max expansion right now. You are pivoted towards the downside, arguably inside of the opposing gravitation. There could be a continuation here to really realize the top side. This is not completely on a downside pivot just yet, but let me look at the hourly. Let me see the 15-minute. Okay, well, 15-minute time frame. Let's see the immediate shorts, right? 5 minutes, 10, 15 pivots to the upside. I don't think it'll pivot the I don't think it'll shift the 30-minute just yet, but if it does, this is a critical resistance here. That means that this will face an upside pressure the moving average into the opposing side, gravitation, right? Resistance from both gravitation and the SMA 14. I am seeing. Let's see this. If one. Into Tuesday or Wednesday, maybe if it does continue up. I mean, this is a big upside. Maybe 193.50 to around 193.11 ish, right? If it does combat that, then your 194.66 would be a complete little area of resistance right there. But I'm not sure that it can make it all the way up there, seeing that the 190, 195 is a critical top, and we're only facing a $3 on average. So if we're going $3 up, that means 194, and your 194 is, let's see, where the heck is it? Well, I looked at the 193.16. Yeah, right. Yeah. Oh my goodness, dude. It would be this range here. This gap on the 30-minute, right? That's going to be 193.41 to 193.51, marking off 95% its average true range before a huge potential dump. I'm not. I'm just saying because this here is so critical, right? That's a zone where that's a you have if you combat if you really close some hourly candles above this, then maybe you can start seeing your 196 resistance into potentially 197, maybe even 197, maybe even deep 197, 197.70 or 80, right? But that would be highly conditional here. This is such a tough area of resistance, and but maybe. Right, I can see to the left of me that I do have other areas, but they are sort of consistent with that 196 and 197 as well. Apple is at 192.10 in the 24 hours market. Coin Fox is saying 200 on deck after the so you're thinking that it could retrace? Yeah, because I'm seeing this. I'm seeing potential retracement on this. Right, the 4-hour time frame is already critically overbought. 8-hour time frame pivoted towards the downside. It looks like the 4, 6, and it looks like the 4 and 6 are about to start cascading into the downside for the 8, the 12, and the daily, since they are already overbought too. 197 last year. Damn it. So hopefully we can get into that 197 and catch you an exit here somewhere. But there could be I mean, if it retraces to say for example, this retraces back into the 187 gap here on the daily, which would be a range of 187 to 186.67. If it does do that, that would be a really good place to long this, right? Or even right into here 185. This could be a good long, but not for like a day trade. And since I'm not really swing trading, I couldn't even suggest to hold it, right? Because I don't think we're quite. Everybody has a different style, right? I understand, but I don't want to hold anything, The 206, if the 190 holds, if the 206 would be marking a geometrical top, or why is that? Does it even have anything up there? You're talking about all-time high? 206 all-time high. I can see if geometrics agree with you too. It may very well do it. Here's a good thing to notice though. This is a 5-day time frame, massive iteration of bullish engulfing. So 1 day and 15 hours, the close of Tuesday market will validate a massive candle. So in other words, we must maintain above 187.07 to 188.56 in order for us to consider a continuation to the upside. If it fails, and we start closing beneath this range right here, which is 187.54, that is a no-go zone, and this would likely turn and invalidate the bullish engulfing candle formation here, and we will likely fall to the flat ground here, right? So Apple could have a shot at glory here, but again, remember, I think it has to maintain a 5-day closure above 188, like I said, 188.49ish or 57, whatever I said, to 187.13. This is Coin Fox. You're saying 187.20 is your panic button. Yeah, that's inflection right there, man. I do think that's a highly important zone for this to not close under, especially in the 1 day, 15 hours that were being considered here. So this is market close Tuesday, seeing what happens into Wednesday. Okay, so upon that closure, then we'll be able to observe the potential upside. So immediate short-term upside followed by a continuation to the downside, reload, right? And then I'm sorry, revisit the script before we load, and then we'll go. Okay, but honestly, I'm not the biggest fan of Apple. Uh, I've traded it before, and I've had some luck, right? But not as great as I would do with like EP and H. You have your like tickers that Cryptic has also brought into here, right? EP and H is very cool play to play in the intraday, right? Early hours, that thing has massive volatility before it consolidates and it repeats all over again, and it has this behavior that just repeats and does its little dance, right? Other than that, I find high success within Nvidia and Meta, right? So those are really cool tickers. The ones that I like, the ones that are really high octane, super death metal, right? Like rip it to the moon and to the freaking ground. Is Tesla and Netflix. Those two, those two are really wild horses, man. Wild stallions. Cryptic saying the next play here. Let's go ahead and take a look at this. I'm gonna open it up on the on the side over here and share it in the screen here with the Discord members. And let's observe here. So we have ticker symbol ZJYL, right? Our expectations here are a $10,000 top, right, before a retracement back into the I'm sorry, $150,000 top before a retracement into that 4,000 bottom. So watch out, longing this team. This is gonna likely tear your buttholes open and leave you a bleeding little hole down there. Don't you do that, right? So another thing here is that looks like a huge head and shoulders formation, likely to lead you down into $8.40 from that 150,000 top. Cryptic. Was I dead on the money or what, bro?
That's to the moon, bro. To the moon.
Dude, that's what he refers to, right? I've shown this to the team a few times. I've shown this to the team.
It might not retrace, right?
Might not, right? So we're gonna display exactly. We've shown the team this a couple times, right? So we're gonna show you where you know our beautiful planet is and where the moon actually is, right? So we're gonna do this. We're gonna be like, we're going to the moon, right? Yeah, and then we're at the moon, right? It's just what they didn't tell you is where the moon was in relation to our axis. It's just what if we are up here, you know, and we're ripping to the moon. So it's not like they didn't tell you that we're going to the moon, you know. So technically they were right.
If they've been here and they're thinking that for real, they're dumb.
It's because we're going to the moon thesis, you know. Oh my god, dude. So guys, don't let's never go to the moon, right? Because if we're not astronauts and we don't know exactly the positioning in our solar system, then don't don't bet on that. Or else we'll be going to the moon on the wrong direction. And that was the wrong moon. I didn't mean that moon. I meant Saturn. Don't you tell me that either, man, because what if Saturn's moon is really that freaking Europa down over here? You know? Then you'll see a 96% loss. You don't want that one. So yeah, if you're going through the Earth's core and to the moon from China, you know. Oh my goodness, man. Guys, this was a long one. Jay Abrams, are you still in there, man? Let me know that you're still in there. Type in something. I hope you're not in here, man. It's 10:30. It's like
one person in there.
There was 17.
Oh, it's probably Lauren.
Dude, Lauren just
Lauren.
He made a promise to himself never to repeat to you again. He'll never.
Dude, Lauren's here. I think Lauren is CoinFox.
Lauren is not CoinFox. CoinFox is way. I don't want to say that either, man, because I'm like, dude, like he's really smart. CoinFox is smart.
Wait, what if Lauren is Danielle?
No, because we've seen her camera on.
Wait,
okay. But you're going to tell me now that we've never seen Lauren's camera on. Though.
Yeah, we've never seen Lauren, though.
Oh, dude. CoinFox, you don't not what you do. Yeah, no. What is Ian saying? It was fun. Appreciate all the great info. Time for bed for me. Ian, kill it, brother. I'll see you in the morning. Sebastian saying, I told Arca you were missing earlier because Oh, dude, Sebastian was saying that you were missing earlier because you were not here with me. You were with Lorraine, bro. Sebastian was telling me where you were. And I was like, oh, is that so? Cryptic Trader's chilling over there with Lorraine.
I'm catching a few beers with Lorraine, watching the game.
It's like what you don't know is just that he just is rough to him online, but that doesn't mean that they're not friends in real life. Sebastian Lim. What if
Maybe I'm Lorraine.
maybe
Oh,
Cryptic is the greatest entertainer of all time, and he's just bringing content to the YouTube channel. Then that means you don't know nothing, Sebastian. Dude. But yeah, I didn't get a response up there from Jay Abrams. He said, "Don't you
he's
quit on me.
gone.
You need to show me everything." And I need to download all my brain into his brain. I'm like, bro, you're gonna know a lot about tacos and tortas and stuff, right? I don't think you want that in your brain. Like, oh my
Well,
goodness.
now with earnings seasons come, good thing would be to do a late night um
Tomorrow?
AM pre-market scan for earnings stock.
Yeah, I'm down.
That's where
Uh,
you get the movers. That's
we,
that's where you make your bank.
I'm gonna
Like
pull that up again one more time, and let's
like for
let's
example, let's see,
let's choose.
tomorrow
Well, let's choose wisely. I have it right here. I'm gonna share it in the.
earnings.
What screen are you
I
looking at?
have it here.
Oh, you do?
I'm looking in Finviz.
All right. So here's for the Discord.
Tomorrow.
Here you go, guys. So Monday, Logitech, bunch of banks.
Like everything that hits my scanner. We
Uh,
got DR Horton
yeah, Tuesday's
tomorrow.
Netflix.
GE. I'm looking pre-market,
Oh,
not
pre-market. So
aftermarket.
before open. So
Oh well, this is how you play earnings. Earnings, you look for the pre-market stock, and those are your daily movers, and you see if they move, and you look for the expected move and your pivots and
you want to
whatever.
play. You want to play
You chart
during the
them out.
earnings like you did before. Okay. So
No, 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 no. The before open, you play them pre-market, and you play the open on them,
oh my god,
or the
dude,
day move. The aftermarket, you play right on bell reporting up until guidance.
you
So
are a
usually
wild man. You're a wild one.
so that's kind of how you play those.
Uh,
Like for example, tomorrow we're looking for my ticker, my scanner.
the MPH. Oh,
That's
sorry.
Tuesday actually. Tuesday. Like for example, I like DHI and DHI, GE, MMM, and 3M. For example, I haven't done anything. Now, what we do is we look for expected move guidance, etc.
Okay.
So
And
that's kind of
we'll
how you
chart the
get. That's
upside.
kind of that's kind of how you get those guys, even though they have ATRs of 3 or 2.
Uh huh.
On
They'll
those
move
on
beyond it.
those days, their ATR could be like 10.
Uh huh. Okay. So
That's kind of
yeah.
how you expand.
Let's do a Monday night, tomorrow night, pre-market analysis
Yeah.
because we'll be able to see
For
the
example,
movement.
Verizon, but that's too small.
We'll be able to see the
No, it's
movement.
DHI and GE.
Which one?
Oh, watch. Let me just give you right here. My top 5. I'll give you my whole scanner. Hold on.
Yee. Oh, you got the screen.
I'm gonna paste it. Yeah, paste it. So there's my scanner for stuff I'd play before market.
Let me hold on. Let me
And
grab that.
aftermarket, this is what I'm looking at.
Let me just adjust this one here, and
Now they
then
don't all move, but this is where you chart out expected move. You look at the chart, you see where it could break if it breaks, and then you're prepped to see if you catch a break. Then you do. If there's a break, you catch it and you write it.
General Electric, DHI, HAL, Johnson and Johnson. I saw, and 3M I saw. So these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 potentials, we can see, you know, we'll chart it, and then we could see which ones would be the less
Mhm.
choppy ones, the ones with
Yeah,
a better setup.
and you get your pivots and everything, and if it breaks, remember, earnings stock, the ATR doesn't matter. Those are the only ones where the ATR
Yeah,
don't matter.
they'll likely rip it because of the
Yeah,
psychological implication. It'll just
correct.
it won't matter of resistance. Is that we'll know the direction based on a break of pivot.
Yeah,
So if
yeah.
we
Now
break,
remember, earnings stock usually break one way and they'll roll the opposite because
yeah,
they're pre. So if it's gonna be a long, it usually goes short a little bit and then breaks.
just
They
like that,
can act like that.
just
At
like that.
least last earnings season they did.
Dude. Well, yeah. Last year Netflix. Remember that weird short? It was a earnings
Yeah.
beat. The thing ran like
Yeah.
6 points up and then 20 down.
And if you look at the other one, those are your aftermarkets. That's what we're looking
Oh,
for.
oh, you
Obviously,
put up
Netflix
a
is the big one.
second image. Sorry, buddy. Let's
Yeah.
pull that one up as well. And these are the after hours. Let me share it with the screen here too.
Not everyone's going to be playable, but
Yeah, so we chart it.
that's part of the prep. That's a prep work. Yeah, you
Yeah,
chart it.
so we do the pre-market prep and we're chilling. Okay. So Baker Hughes, right? BKR, ISRG, Netflix. We were already speaking on Netflix today and the Texas Instruments. So, dude, Netflix is really choppy, but that one could give us a huge move, bro. Plus 20 points, maybe. Who knows? It's already has an ATR of above what, $14. This thing could really rip.
Yeah, it's huge. It's huge.
Okay, so we'll be making a pre-market prep. Not,
Yeah.
I'm talking about
And the other thing is, I know most of you people use options. You can't use options pre-market,
mhm,
but I don't really know the strategy. Maybe someone here is better than me. There's a way to straddle these.
or long strangle. You can do
Yeah, long strang or something. Yeah.
the put to calls. So or credit spreads. I think CoinFox was talking about how to play those. Do you CoinFox? Do you play
There's a
earnings with credit spreads or no? Sorry, buddy. What'd you Cryptic? What'd you say? I missed you.
I have I think I sent you one time a BBT thing that they yeah, I have here something BBT prepared. A PowerPoint on how to trade earnings with options. I use stocks, so I don't
I'll
care.
deposit more cash. I'll deposit more cash into the account so I can play with margin for shares. Um, you need to set it up the day before because you can't play till the ER is already out. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I play stocks, so I play them live, so I don't care. But I know everybody else. I'll send you this, um, Arca.
He plays shares too. For earnings he does
Yeah,
shares. I'm telling you, I'm gonna load the
shares
account with some more.
because you're quick in and out. But let me send you this
Yeah,
on
because
BBT.
in
I don't want to
options,
send it to everybody. Look it over and see what you want to present to the team. Okay, I'll send it to you in
mod.
the mod chat.
Oh,
Because
okay.
this is how BBT plays their earnings.
Hold on. Let me switch screens over to the chart,
It's a PowerPoint.
and let me close this out right here.
This is basically what they prepared on how to trade earnings with options.
Right. So, if they're
It's up
doing,
to you what you want to show the team.
are you? Wait, this is the same. Oh, right. Got it. I'm sorry. That was not even this. That was the last tab that we opened. Let me go to my. Where the hell are my downloads? Yeah. Okay. All right. So if we're looking at the plan here, let me see how they play it, dude. I mean, to tell you the truth, dude, I can't. I don't like holding options overnight in general, right? It's very rare the situation where I do that. So for this earnings play, this is the one time I would consider loading the account with you know beyond the cash that I usually trade, and to get to lever with margin. So
Now with earnings, you got to remember you got to be careful how you lever because you get 10 to 20 point swings.
and I'm getting
You
a
got to,
4x.
like, for
So
example, you got to kind of be careful.
I got to take a look at your asset valuations. So the ones that I'll be able to likely trade would be TXN, Texas Instruments, MMM, J&J, especially HAL. The majority of the first one, DHIGE, HAL, J&J, and MMM, with a higher probability landing at MMM and HAL. Those for sure I'd be able to play shares with.
Yeah. Now remember, even 10 shares it works because you're looking for a 10-point swing on these. Honestly,
Yeah.
even
Yeah.
25 shares or something, they'll make bank.
So then, do later on, explain to me because I know I'm getting a 4x lever on whatever I put in, right? So I want to,
Mhm.
I just don't know. I've never used it. I've never really played that because I always play the cash availability and that's it. And so,
Well, you could use your margin up until the close of the end of the day.
can you use it
So,
at
like
pre-market?
for example, usually if you have a if you have a 25K account, you could leverage up to 100K, and you could use that 100K as day trading buying power for the day. So you could leverage up to 100,000. You just have to make sure to close by the end of the day.
That'd be the
That's all.
120,000 lever.
Yeah.
So, can you use it at pre-market?
Yes.
But just
No,
to
depends. Coin. It depends on your broker, but for the one he has, you can literally close like 1 minute before end of aftermarket. You're fine in pre-market.
yeah, I don't think I want to play. I don't want to play the. I don't want to play options with these, dude. I want to play shares. But
No, you got to play shares.
yeah, because I'm
But
not.
I think nobody here can play shares because you can't play, and everybody else you can't play these on Webull or you'll die. You'll get smoked. You
It's
got to
just
play them
too
on DAS or
fast, dude.
something
Yeah,
similar, something fast. Yeah,
yeah. That's
exactly. Coin.
exactly what it is.
That's exactly what I play. I was showing Arca some of my trades last year. Well, last quarter. Like I just catch a snap, 10 like 1 minute, 2 minutes, boom, I'm out, made like 20 grand. Like simple, quick.
I'm curious, dude. So I'm gonna see what I want to see what I can dip like tonight, so I can get that 2 day. So I can get that 2 day settlement by Tuesday, right? Because that's gonna
Yeah.
be the next processing day.
Yeah, you want to end before the big boys come. And Netflix is the first big boy, but
Yeah.
the one thing you got to remember on DAS is and aftermarket is there's no stop loss. So that's why it's a little scary.
Oh, I don't have a problem with
Everything's
manual stop,
manual.
buddy.
It's all manual.
Yeah, I don't care. That's yeah, that's a thing of the past, my buddy. No
Yeah.
longer will
Well,
I
for
have those
newbies.
issues. Huh?
For newbies.
Yeah, for the new dude, yeah, if you don't have your
Because literally you could see yourself up
oof,
10 points and then down 10 points and then recover for a 20-point move.
which is where options get destroyed because you already noticed that on a
Destroyed. They get
regular day.
mauled.
So I'm gonna see what kind of are you gonna be using your margin or cash availability only for the play?
I always use my margin.
The margin too?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, dude, I have some questions
For
for you.
these, I use my margin.
Huh?
Yeah, for these, I use my margin.
Uh-huh. And sometimes it goes green on the fake out, and you could kick yourself, lol. And sometimes
Yeah.
you might have to
And also consider the spread because the first move is going to have a massive spread.
it's gonna widen like crazy,
But
which
by
we're
the time the
speaking to.
5-minute candle prints, it settles.
Yeah, you're talking about volatility expansion at the open. So that
Yeah.
means you're gonna have a spread, a wide spread. That's usually huge volatility inside.
Yeah. So that's why you don't catch the initial move. You wait for the reversal or the continuation.
Mm-hmm.
So let's say you're playing Netflix and it drops 10 points. So your spread's going to be like 9. The next candle, it's going to settle and it's either going to go up or continue. That's when you trade it.
I know that. I know that play.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's same as the opening range breakout, but
Yeah,
except it's bigger. more volatile.
That's exactly what I was going to tell you. It's just an opening range. So if we're
No,
playing
but
on,
it's a hugely volatile opening range though. Opening range you're only seeing spread of 1.
I was
On
actually
these you're
starting.
seeing
It's funny because when you're saying that, I was already thinking, am I waiting for the 10-minute EMA 200 break or 15-minute? So
Mhm.
it would be a slightly higher break.
Yeah. Usually the 5 for the
Still does it?
last few quarters, 5 has been working great.
Okay. Remember, dude, that
As-
I never played earnings before, and that's because I never had the direct access. But now that I do, it's like I have to speed the trigger in and out. That's a I'm
I don't know how this earnings season's gonna be, but last earnings season you get a break on the 5 minute, and then the second arrow is the one you play. The second candle, I'm sorry, is the one you play. And usually volatility is gone by now. The problem was last quarter is that your first candle would be like 20 points down, and your second candle would only be 5. So you only make 5 points, but that's still a lot.
It is. You're not gambling
Yeah.
at that point. That's the
Yep.
point of it.
Uh-huh.
That we're not just guessing the downside. It's just we're going to guess a continuation, cover at weakness.
Yeah.
And I completely agree. I don't care. Yeah, I don't care about the large move. I care about the consistent move.
You're gonna have to change your sleep schedule, bro.
For trading 6 to 6:30.
Yeah.
I'm up usually at 5:50. So
And then coming back at 1. That's what's gonna get you. 1 to like 2.
a.m.
Oh, PM.
Oh, for the after hours play.
Pretty after, yeah.
Okay. So
It's usually catch the 6 to 6:30 window in the opening on these, and then catch the 2 p.m. to 1 p.m. to 2 p.m. Because usually the big ones usually report like at 1:05.
So Tuesday I'll be live at 5:45 then. At 5:45 a.m. I'll be here on Tuesday. With the team already loaded. So there's not going to be a pre-market read for YouTube. It's going to be directly.
Now remember, the moves aren't that great on pre-market. That's after. Usually the moves for pre-market set up for the daily move. So you get a move on pre-market, and then it'll gap down throughout the whole day.
I see. And your particular place to trade it is at the opening range, 5 minutes to 15 minutes.
Yeah, like say let's just say Netflix is in the morning. Usually what happens pre-market is it'll gap up on earnings, and then throughout the day it'll gap down to fill the gap again. So you could play like the fade.
It's a retracement. Yeah, it reverses or
Yep.
reversion.
Yeah. Aftermarket, that's completely different. Aftermarket is just like boom. Oh, CoinFox is saying JPM prime example. I'm gonna pull it up.
What you're telling me is that this uses the absolute entire range of 2 standard deviations up and down and reverts.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. So I'm gonna not only that, it's just I'm gonna take a look at a couple. I'm gonna backtest a couple discretionary backtests.
Backtest some of the bank stocks that's gone last week. Now remember, banking stocks don't move the same as the other stocks.
Yeah,
banking stocks are a little weird.
Slower or just yeah. Regardless, I'm gonna take a look.
They don't tend to move that well.
And I'll take a look at the last quarter earnings.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll actually just look at as much as I can and see how that behavior is or acts.
Yeah.
Not every year, of course, not every earnings is going to be the same at all. It's just to get an idea.
No, but it gives you an idea of the movements. You'll know within the first week how this earnings market's going to move.
Yeah. So dude, this is quite the difference.
Which is this week.
Yeah.
Which is this week. Yeah.
This is quite the different step that I'm naturally used to. I don't typically because, like I said, right, I didn't have the direct access execution. So now that I do, it's just I'm really jumping into things that I haven't done.
What do you use coin? Do you use earnings whispers? For that? Because I use earnings whispers for expectations. Yeah, earnings whispers.
Yeah, I would imagine so. I would imagine that they would be the larger time frame to macro time frame inflection that would be used for the overall resistance as an actual resistance and support levels, because those immediate short-term ones may be able to get an entry, but I don't know about the reversion or the pullback. So he's staying below Q1 23, slightly above Q4 22. Yeah, that'd probably be easy to beat. Okay, yeah, I'm just, in all honesty, I'm just gonna browse through the behavior of the 5 minute time frame on some banking stocks, and also some of the stocks that we're actually looking at. I'm just gonna look at the ones that we're looking at here, actually.
It's probably going to take this quarter to like figure it out, but by next quarter, you'll be making bank on this.
Be ready. Yeah, it's because it's a
Well,
new realm. I may not completely take advantage of the entire situation for the obvious.
yeah, just figure it out. Like I'm going to play it, but I don't play this kind of with you. But I'm trying to bring you in because this is where you make the most money.
The volatility plays on shares on this. Okay,
Yeah, this is where you make so much money.
this is cool.
My freaking mentor makes like so much money during earnings,
Really,
insane amounts. Yeah.
it's exciting, dude. Yeah, this is exciting, man. I can't wait to try it. Arca, your invite link crashed. Which invite link in YouTube? Because yeah, they're usually set to expire on 7 uses. The one that I post, but you're already here, and you're also already in the university. You mean for a friend?
Yes.
Ah, that was
I
loud.
copied the link and sent it to my friend to let them that I told them that this is the good resources that they need to join. And they told me send the link, and I go and copy the link. It said the link crash.
Oh, really? Wait, hold on. Do people arrive in the landing pad? Is that where they arrive first? Yeah. Or yeah, no, yeah. I think that's. Let me see if I do this instead. Let me come back over here. Oh yeah,
Why is this?
Destiny. Sorry, were you? I did mean to ask you that same thing too. Are you Chinese or Filipino, or any of those?
I'm Vietnamese.
Vietnamese. Oh, that's, you know what Zephram said exactly. Oh, dude, she's not even here. She just
I
crashed
thought
out.
Filipino.
No.
He's right.
Zephram said that she sounded Vietnamese, like her family.
Oh, this is what
She just disappeared.
yeah.
It felt like she
Oh,
like her phone was shut off or something.
Arca, like this is what I hadn't seen it. This is what CoinFox was talking about, the chart for JP Morgan.
Who?
It's actually a perfect example of the fade.
Oh,
The JP Morgan
CoinFox
chart for 112.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Should I
Take a
pull
look
it
at
up, or are you
JP
going to show
Morgan
me?
112. Pull it up. 112.
JPM, right?
Mm-hmm.
What time frame am I looking?
112.
5 minute?
Sorry.
Any.
All right, let me
50,
pull up the
30
day.
minute works. 30 works.
All right, let me go to 112. Right about.
There you go. Watch. Look at that candle right there. Okay, there's your pre-market activity. That big old boom volatile.
Yeah, let me get that up so the team can see it too.
So there's your earnings pre-market. You can see it there. That big old down, big old up, and see how it just faded back throughout the day.
Dude, that's ridiculous. Let me see the yeah, that's a
Yep.
That's a pre-market.
That right there, you see something like that, dude, you could short it and just fade it down.
That's a pre-market gap fade. This is
yeah. And that's what tends to happen for pre-market, not for aftermarket for pre-market though.
Yeah,
The
dude.
whole move is pre-market, but during the day it'll come right back to me usually.
Or a gap fade reversal. Sorry, I was trying to remember the exact name. I
Gap and
haven't
crap.
played this in a long time. Let me see the. Wow, that was that's intense.
And JP Morgan has a ATR of 2. But look at that move. 176 down to 162.
It's $12 move, a $13 move.
Yep. Yeah, for 2 ATR.
Destiny, sorry. I was gonna give you this here. Check this link. This one right here.
Yeah.
That new
I
one.
just copied that link. Yeah, I got that link.
I just posted it right this second, right now. That new one.
Oh, the new one?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Oh, Destiny. Zephram was saying that his he is Vietnamese and his family is too, and he was wondering if you were Vietnamese as well. And I meant to ask you, and he said he was saying that you sound just like his family. And I said, I don't remember if she told me or if I'm getting her confused with someone else saying that you were Chinese. But no, you're Vietnamese, and he said he was able to pick it out, your accent.
Yeah.
But use that link and then let me know if it works. Can you share it with them?
Yeah, I already posted in my small group over here.
Okay.
And one of the guy he joined your YouTube earlier today.
Oh, he did.
Yeah, he said he was in a party, was so drunk, so he could not join the Discord, but he will join the YouTube, while relaxing, drinking, and then watching the YouTube. And he said, well, he will take a look and join tomorrow. He said he didn't get a chance to come in there. So, and I told him exactly what you're telling me. Like they have to do it on a laptop, not on the mobile phone like I do.
Okay. That's that was really funny.
I'm not IT person, so.
Oh my goodness. No, yeah, it's okay. I completely understand. Thank you for inviting over the friends, Destiny. That's very kind of you. So let me just continue observing this here for the team because I want to see exactly how this was a great example of a play, right? So, and I think I can. Let me see this. See what I'm trying to do, right? I want to know like what it took into consideration. Dude, it already said it.
Yeah, usually you find that they hit pivots or they hit and they come right back down.
Yeah, because this is a monthly pivot. This is a huge or a bi-weekly pivot.
Yeah, they always hit pivots. You can kind of, if you know how to trade them, you can kind of know where they're going.
See the high here? This is the inflection of August 2021. That high right there was its bottom side, and the top side, arguably, let me see that. Was that just completely an all-time high, or just recently, or what? Yeah, it is. Damn, this thing is at an all-time high. Okay, so likely the levels are the same ones.
They are.
Likely the ones that we would play yet again are the ones that we faced on January's earnings call. So these would be our macro inflections for us to observe. 163.21 to 176.31. If we're going to do a pre-market gap or the reversal, or I don't know, dude, if we're going to do that, then yeah, we know already what the potentials are. This is the highest likelihood.
Yeah.
When's JPM?
Oh, all you need to. Huh?
When is JPM?
Oh, that's it. It already happened. We're just showing you an example of what happened.
No, the next one. This is going to be in 3 months.
The next one? April 12th.
April.
Next one.
Okay. So in April, it may be the same. I mean, dude, I guess no. I guess this thing could make another high. JPM is doing really good. But if this thing faces a reversion, that this thing is this looks just like that ridiculous Elliott wave cycle, man. I do not follow that, by the way, but it looks like that. It looks like it still needs to break into the 159.61. So if it does do that, that would be your inflection here at that top side resistance, which means that we'll get this bottom side here. April will probably use this as the new bottom side. this area here for earnings support. I'm just speculating on its future, but
Yeah,
dude, I
no,
like it.
yeah,
Of course, it doesn't matter because we're gonna have to be reactive to whatever it has during that time. But I'm speculating on
yeah.
this being the range of support next time into here.
And that's all you do. That's how you prep for it. You wait for the movement and see if, and usually it's going to bounce off somewhere. And once it does, there's your move. You catch it fast.
Okay.
And remember, the move is going to be like in a minute.
Easy peasy. All right, buddy.
Easy.
Okay, then yeah. So I'm gonna look at those stickers though. Nonetheless, the ones that you shared with us, including I was just a little nervous over the ones that were you know the which ones? Where's the price? There, those the ones that are like into $200 or $300. I may not be able to play.
Those are the ones I play.
I may be able to play the 130, 100 at the max 150 maybe. To really, because then I'll
Yeah,
be
you
able
can
to
work yourself up.
capitalize on change.
Yeah.
I also want to see the difference in price fluctuations during earnings for the $100 assets versus the 200 to 300.
Everything that comes out in the scanner has a good chance to have that movement. There's other earnings stock, but that usually found that that's the sweet spot for good moves.
What was the sweet spot?
The all the indicators I showed you.
Oh,
Over
the
over
scanner.
$20 in price, over 2 million in volume, and the float over 50 million. Usually that's a sweet spot.
That's the old. That's it's very similar to the old Bear Bulls criteria.
Very similar.
Okay,
That's where
chilling.
it came from. That's where I learned this.
It's just their average true range is anything over 90 cents, which is really tiny.
Yeah. Well, it's because Andrew plays like 1 million shares.
Yeah. he plays the
So,
6-figure entries. So
yeah. So this is more adapted for us.
yeah.
Like I told you, my mentor is also likes to teach, so he kind of scaled it down for like retail. Whoever's his mentee that could afford it. Like, he's not playing what I'm playing, obviously. But
Yeah, no, definitely not. Dude, this is a fired off signal.
start. See.
Let me see the 4-hour time frame. That's my minimum, really, dude. This is likely to continue to the upside. You're in the gravitational zone of stochastics here. You
I
have
see
an
a George
upside pivot on
W.
expansion. This thing is about to take off. Yeah, or it has been taking off. Dude, yeah, this is what the hell, dude? You have a resistance at 34, 35. Your top side tomorrow could be maybe around 35.65. What's the daily ATR on this? 35, yeah, $36 around there, which would mark off a 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, maybe a $3 to $4 3 to 4 point move, and this has $3. It's
You got a
280.
kind of hard resistance though at 30, between 32 and 33. I mean, it's got to break that. Then it could get up to 37,
See
35.
I did see that. It's just that the setup that it's building, it's showing that there's an extreme amount of volatility coming in. It may thrust through it. You have this dude, look at this is what I mean. Look, your 4-hour time frame is cascading into the 6 and 8 hour already. This is massive, and expansion has been validated. So you have a 6-hour time frame upside barely entering bullish control zone, expansion starting. 8-hour time frame upside pivot. This is already expanding, but it actually came back down because of the cascading from the dailies, and all those started slowing down. This is likely to start shifting around again. Huge 8-hour bullish engulfing, 12-hour, and I'm sorry, daily bullish engulfing as well. So
Yeah, it's possible.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe we can't ignore those resistances, right? So you definitely have a 34, 42. Which one was the one that you're looking at? I was looking at this one right now.
Looking at the 30, it's 32, 31, both two hard resistances.
32.
31.45 and 32.97. If it does that, it could break up to 37.35.
I mean, it has a $3 average, and you're like 30 cents up. Yeah, it could resist there for temporary, right? So you get that resistance, pull back, reposition at around 31.95 daily gap. That could be loading 31.95 to 31.53. This thing starts to break into the daily and bi-daily, volatility.
That little gap you have though, right there, that's where I was seeing a resistance right there. 37.
Yeah, this one here.
Yeah.
Likely a resistance short at 37.56.
Yeah.
There's your top side of 38.42. Depending on the thrust here, there's another gap that you can take advantage of at 44.08 to around 46.34. I'm not sure that it can get over these because of its historically the volatility isn't too. I mean, what was this here? Volatility reached around $7 there, but what based on? Oh, it was a good earnings report. It was a good earnings report. It was priced in before the report and then shorted.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Ridiculous.
That's how they work it, bro. That's how they get retail.
So CoinFox is saying almost double. What do you think? Cryptic, Green Wicks get taken out. So yeah, if you start breaking prior bar highs, then yeah. And he's also saying, look at the monthly. Defended the pivot, not building bullish. Momo put credit spreads, dude. I don't know how to play the credit spreads and options. I have to learn. You said the monthly. And 9 days, 14 hours to close.
Yeah, there it is. Boom. See, you can see right there that pivot. You can see it from there.
Dude.
Right there.
Yeah, I mean, dude, if you're this is on a monthly reversal, right? So this is I'm a little afraid over what this is going to say in 9 days. Right. So if you do have a continuation to the upside on stochastics, contraction, dude, this is losing steam. The last 2 months it was gaining steam. How the hell is that possible? Yeah, you have. Oh, okay. So 273 million was the close of last month. You are at 109 million now. So there is a difference. There is less interest in the asset now. And also, let's see, Upstart Holdings increases yet falls behind. See what I mean? This is what I was saying too. That why is it like gaining but not like it's not fulfilling, or it's just people are not I don't know. The company stock has dropped by 28% in the past month, falling short of the computer technology sector's gain of 0.72% and the S&P 500's gain of 0.64%. Psychologically speaking, I don't know that it has the thrust to reach the top side of what you're looking at here, around $50, which is the prior wick or prior month high. If it does reach it though, that has a huge potential for a short from there. That could mark off a tweezer top, depending on where we open this next monthly candle. That is right. If we open it somewhere, I will tell you this: that in my personal opinion, if this monthly candle closes beneath this bar high, that's probably not the best thing to look at, because then this will encourage price to come and test the prior month lows, which would be right here at 29.20. So that there is some danger for the downside here too. I wouldn't, man. Yeah, this is I think demand for this month is right in here, 28.84 to about 29.38. Let's see. Sell the 32 by the 30s. If it closes above 32, you keep the premium. sell the 32. So you sell the 30, sell. So that means that you have to own 100 shares for one contract, right? So you sell one contract the 32 strike, and what kind of expiry? Like, are you looking at a weekly expiry or a bi-weekly? And you buy the 30s. So you long the 30 strikes as an out of the money play. Monthly or quarterly expiry. How's the open interest that far out? Are you betting that as you get closer to the monthly or quarterly, open interest will naturally increase? Is that what you're betting on? Let me look at the quarterly chart. Yeah, this is completely ignored. Shooting star there was invalidated like crazy. Your betting price doesn't break the low. I always have such a fear against options contracts because of their dependency on implied volatility. Because direction is one thing, but what if you get a decline in Vega? So then you're breaking down how does your time decay play on this? Because you have a few metrics of time decay, including theta, and versus the extrinsic time to expiry. I think it was. I need to really go into more of my options. It either expires worthless or yeah. Oh, right. So you mean you break even is why you is that that's a credit spread as you're doing, right? So you break even? Is that the wow, no way. You're telling me that the highest risk is break even, meaning broker fees for entry. That's all you're paying? Oh, okay. Whew. Man, I was about to say that's way too easy to be true, right? Oh man, I started getting scared over here, man. That would have been amazing. Oh, dude. That would be really interesting, dude. I do not know how to play spreads at all. Actually, I don't even know how to butterfly or condor, man. And I'm wondering if I should learn those. But honestly, dude, the way that I'm headed, I'm going into shares. I don't want to continue in options too long. And if I were playing the only reason I specialized in small caps was because I was able to play these really challenging plays using live shares, and you know,
Dude,
like
once you go into shares full load, it's not gonna matter.
yeah, that's why I was saying. But dude, there's people who play
I mean,
shares and contracts with
no,
this thing.
yeah,
Like
yeah,
the SMB Capital guys, they play both, and I'm like, dude, what? They collect premium by selling, and and and
yeah.
uh, and they bet on the extrinsic increase of an out of the money call while betting the the downside in some way from an out of the money sold put.
Let's get you 100K contract, 100K account first.
Right?
Then you can mess around.
I don't
Yep.
think I'd even do messing around that area. If I'm playing a 100K contract, I'd probably just be only shares. I mean, to be honest, dude, that's all I used to do.
Aziz only plays shares, dude.
Wow, bro. I mean, that's
Freaking
where I came from too. But
Aziz is like up 500K, down 400K, up
I will
700K.
tell you
Like
that
freaking bastard.
the only freaking contract I'm gonna play is probably the futures contract at that lever. You know, he's saying, let's say you sold the 32 for $100 and you bought the 30 for $50. If price closes above 32, you collect a premium of 100. It's good in a directional market. Interesting. So you're not betting on volatility. You're betting that it doesn't close below 30, and or below 32. Sorry. So because you're selling it at 32. That's interesting. Are you seeing how that flows? Cryptic? It's like I see the logic, but it's hard for me to envision it because I've never seen it in front of my face. So I want to see it work. I want to see it live. But it is simple enough to understand what he's saying. I just don't know how it acts.
I'd play with it a little bit. It's not my thing right now.
Yeah, dude. Like I'm like starting to feel that nervous recklessness right now because it's like I'm learning how to trade again. I'm like, it's just a whole different instrument, you know? And you're about to perform it live tomorrow. Let's go. It's like, oh no. It's like, what is it doing? Should I press sell? Hey man,
check this out.
There's only one button that I have in my Stream Deck, and it's a panic sell button.
Yeah, boom. That kind of explains it.
All right. I'm gonna use that thing, and I'm gonna read into this because I have a good understanding over options contracts, but that's just because I just read things. It's not because I was gonna practice it. It's just because I wanted to know what they were. Oh, dude. So I got it now, and I'm gonna use that thing. Thank you.
Kind of shows you all the strategies.
Post that in the options channel. Cryptic, you mind? Nothing. What?
Okay, put it. This is BBT property. I don't care.
It's like BBT passing on to ABT.
Yep.
Okay, buddy. All right, so I think
I'm
not gonna lie. I have so much juju in my head now from all this information. I'm like, dude, I just covered like 14 tickers.
Well, the one thing I want to learn more than this is I want to learn to work futures with you down the line.
Yeah, dude. Imagine an options contract that it doesn't act like an options contract. That's like a share.
I'd be down like to playing the market right now.
Really?
Yeah.
Dude, I didn't know that you were that down, bro. What the hell? I'm gonna figure it out.
Yeah.
I think I could trade futures on DAS.
Just don't know it at all. I mean, I'd start small, obviously.
Well, yeah. Yeah, of course. And honestly, dude, I'm in a learning curve.
Crypto, no. I don't want to do crypto.
You know what? Oh, no.
I don't want to do crypto.
Hell no, bro. I'm going to take you along with me, and then you could experience what it does, and you're going to be like, okay, I got this. You know, as soon as you see your account react to the price action, you're going to know exactly what you're doing. Dude, you're that type of guy. It's no different. It's just we're playing one contract that's levered 50 freaking times.
Like I saw that video that dumbass OGG posted.
Oh my god. Damn, I need to show that. That dude, no. That guy had that dude, that was a donkey ass move. That guy was like
he had a clean breakout. I saw it and it went up. He should take profit. Then I was like, what the fuck is that guy doing?
Bro, remember I told you that for every point, it's a point-based system, not dollar, right? So for every point that you move up in the ES, every point it equals $50 in change for that contract that you have. So if that thing goes to 5,001, you're $50 up. 5,002, you have $50 up. So if you're playing 10 contracts, every dollar, damn. This guy was up like 20 points, bro. And then he didn't realize any of it. Pinche pendejo, hijo de su puta madre, no manches, este güey de veras. Me sorprendió el güey. Dude, that's ridiculous, man. I almost got pissed looking at that guy. Let me go to Twitter. That is Overclockaholics. What's up, man? It's like 33% return on risk or something. Dude, yeah, it's some crazy. Dude, when did you come in? Damn it, I didn't see you guys. Tesla, massive bull flag. Dude, on Tesla, yeah, I was just saying a little bit earlier ago that I think Tesla has a short-term upside, and that little bull flag that you're looking at I was saying that it would be limited by the reversion, but it will in essence perform it. Let me get out of this thing here just real quick. What the heck? Are you? Oh, that's where it is. Let me put it here.
You got like a whole new crew over here. Damn.
Who, brother? Oh, in
YouTube.
In YouTube.
Yeah.
Yeah, Candace and BBJ came in. Dude, what the hell? I didn't say what's up to you guys. I'm
Liggy.
so sorry.
Who's Liggy?
Who's Liggy?
Liggy.
I'm gonna pull out that donkey move so people can see. But hold on, let me, because that was the funniest thing I've seen. Yeah, YouTube is still going.
Yeah.
It's been like 5 hours. Oh my goodness, dude. Where?
Like talking about your date and
It's like we just been talking in private here, chilling with the boys, but it's like YouTube is going too. Hold on, where is the LRC? Here it is. So this is what I'm looking at. You know, you have a continuation probability here. You know, so hourly time frame Lin Reg. This could be your short signal, because dude, the news, Overclockaholics, if you're there, the news that came out just on yesterday. Was it Alpha? Seeking Alpha? I forgot what it was, but they were saying that Tesla likely to accelerate its downside based on a negative earnings coming up for Q4. Oh my goodness, dude. So yeah, this thing may continue to the downside, and it also fired off that freaking crazy bi-daily signal, man. So here it is, fired off. It passed the 15%. I just want to validate the downside, right? Because I don't like that it's so close to this point here. And it is a regression, right? So I want to make sure that we can break the regression first, and then let's go. But the signal is good for 31 days on average for a 14.70% move or 10% move to the downside, which is anywhere between 20 to 40 points decline from where we are, man. It fired at 212. Oofale. You know what I'm saying? Oh, I got you. I still got it right here, buddy. This is the invite for Discordio. I think all of them are part of the Discord too. But oh yeah. Let me show. Let me share this screen. Damn it, man! I got it. Jeez, Louise. Okay, here we go. All right. Was it on like my do notifications? Okay. Let's go to that thing, dude. Where did you? Who posted it? Oh, it's this. I think it was this, right? Oh man, it is. Oh, dude. I need you guys to oh dude, I'm gonna have to go soon. James is over there battling with my wife. This little guy, just, you know how he gets there. So look at this team, okay?
Q taking a stab long here.
Hold on. Let me see if I can get this thing to zoom in a little more. Hold on just a quick moment. Where the hell is my damn button? My button. Yeah, this guy's having a hard time with my wife, man. Damn it. Okay. And I love the certainty, you know, that this guy was talking, and he was sure about it, right? So here, look, listen to this. This is a dead ass joke, bro. This is so funny.
I'm in here 20 contracts on NQ, taking a. I'm in here 20 contracts on NQ, taking a stab long here.
Order submitted.
Gonna keep my stop loss real tight under this inversion FEG here. Alright, looks like I'm finna get stopped here.
Order filled.
Alright, I just got stopped out for 7K. S&P is dropping, everything's dropping right now. Dixie's pushing up. We just had to break its structure. I think the draw is gonna be lower now. Alright,
Order
I just
filled.
took a stab there short. 20 cons. Putting my stop loss right above this high up here.
Order submitted.
Very confident that we're going to just keep pushing down. We broke structure on the 1 minute. Stopped me out on my first entry. And then we have a clear draw of sell side down here at the lows. So I'm pretty confident that we're going to drop from my 16,884 entry down here to 16,830.
Structure in a 1 minute.
Order filled.
Bro, do you
Order
know-
filled.
Oh, that's how our buddy trades, bro. Look at the lines.
dude, the buddy, dude. At one point, this guy was up like 30 points, and the downside too. Dude, he was talking about 20 contracts on the NQ. Dude, the NQ return, I think the NQ is either $80 or $120 per point. Dude, and the WTI does, I think it also does 40 or 50 points, 40 or 50 bucks per point. Dude, but the NQ is the biggest one. Like that one, it returns big, dude. I know, I think Dow maybe. But no, dude, the NQ is huge. Like you're getting $80 to $120 per contract for every dollar, for every point that it moves up or down. So this one was talking about 20 contracts and he was like up 30 points. That's an amazing trade. And this guy was just wanting the moonshot over here. I don't even know how to make the math. I like just need a calculator to make the damn math, bro. But you're getting, let's just say that was 120. Dude, yeah, $120 times let's do the math right here, man. I'm just gonna tell you what he was up. You're gonna flip, dude, where he was already and he didn't realize the profit 2 times. Okay. So 120 bucks. Let's just say that he moved, let's just say 20 points. Times 20 is $2,400. So $2,400 times 20 cons, he was up 48 G's, bro. 2 times. This guy could have made $96,000 on 2 plays right here and he didn't realize it. Tell me that's not, dude, oh my goodness. Bro, I think I would have been out at the moment. I would have been out the moment I was in 25K. I was like 25K in profit. Nobody's making that a day ever. Let's go. You know, this guy was $48,000 up at one point. And I'm cutting it short because I think he was really 30 points down. Like I'm talking about from the short. From entry, 30 points in the money. Dude, what? Pinche cara de pendejo, de veras, man. Wow. Yeah,
He's breaking structure on the 1 minute.
The 1 minute? What the freak is he doing on the 1 minute with a $20,000 asset? Or 20,000 point, whatever. Still, you know what I mean. CoinFox. SPX close. I'm going to have to learn how to read what you just shared with me, CoinFox. That is hieroglyphs again for me, buddy.
I don't know what the hell he shared.
Those are the shares from the future. He's sharing with us trading view in 40 years. Oh, those are gamma levels.
Oh.
Damn, that's
Let's see the future
over there. I gotta tell you guys, I gotta head on out. I gotta make sure to take care of my little guy now. He's over there giving mom a hard time. He's like, I'm tired of you. I need to see daddy.
I hate you.
Oh my goodness, man. But yeah, that was a nice little share right here. I hope I hope you guys enjoyed that because I definitely did. I could, dude. It really shows, man. It really shows the greed in some people, man. Like he lost $50,000 in exchange for making $96,000, which makes all the sense in the world, dude. Damn it, CoinFox, don't you oversleep. You got to hit that alarm and be like, I got to do it. Oh, man, but I appreciate everybody for coming on by. Right, so I'm going to go ahead and just despedirme. I'm going to say
We're
goodbye
going to
to
the future now, man. Back to the future.
We're going to go back to futures. And we're going to show this guy how to really trade it because freaking numbskull over here.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, bloodshot.
We're
going to be a walking zombie, but we're up behind the desk and we're trading. I'm going to say goodbye to
Imagine Seb on futures.
Dude, Seb doesn't even know. He's going to be like, he's going to ask if every ticker has a future.
I believe like, oh, man, full port.
We're going, we don't need roads. All right, let me say goodbye to the family over here. Love you, YouTube. Make sure to hit that link and join the Arca Bulls trading team. Say what's up. Say my name. Right? Please take whatever I do show and iterate within these videos as just a form of entertainment, as I cannot suggest for you to buy, sell, any assets whatsoever. I can't even say what I'm saying anymore, man. I need you to do your own due diligence and everything will be cool. But with that said, team, I wish you a very good rest of your night or morning, and I'll catch you at the bell later on. Peace! Adios!